Good morning, Missy. Good morning, Haley. Yes, I am early today. We have friends coming over in the afternoon, so I had to start earlier. But yes, welcome, welcome. Hey, Big Bird's brother, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Bro, it's still light outside. Where am I? What the fuck? Why are you so early? This isn't a complaint. I'm just surprised. Yeah, no. No, I've got friends coming over soon in the afternoon, so I had to stream earlier, and I didn't want to stream later. So. Yeah, just about ready. Just getting a few things set up, and we should be good to go. Uh... Haley says, I thought it was later in the day already and was scared I slept in later than anticipated. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry for putting you through that uncertainty. Alright, I think... Go. Checking it. Alright, and... hello everyone. How are we today? We awake? Hello, Haley. How's it going? How's it going, eh? It's currently 11 AM here, and I am still working through my first batch of coffee. Missy says, that's what I've done, Haley. Literally got up 15 minutes ago. Yay for not sleeping until 3 AM. Having broken sleep. Oh shit, Missy. That sucks. Is it hot where you are at the moment? I'm going to turn the music down as well. Yeah, is it hot where you are at the moment? Because it's been pretty pretty hot, pretty muggy here for the last few days. $4 PM, Haley. Oh, so early. Still, it's daytime. Daytime Haley. Still daytime Haley. Yeah, how are we? I mean, apart from, just waking up. Daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime. Oh, I didn't turn my monitor on. That's why I can't hear myself. Is that better? Hello? 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 Why can I not hear myself? Oh, I unplugged myself in, that's... There we go, that's better. Ah, much better. I can hear myself. I never thought that, like, direct monitoring would be so beneficial, but it actually really, really... Big Bird's brother says, man, I spent 5 hours on a science lab and every question out of... It was so bad. Oof, yeah, no. Ooh, man, I do not miss doing essay. I don't miss assignments or anything like that. So glad. Also, I feel like none of that actually went through because of my filters. I'm gonna turn down my noise gate even more, I think. I'm trying not to talk too loud because, people are around and I think some people are also still sleeping. Missy says, it's actually been fairly cool compared to usual. About 16 to 23 each night. Oh, I'm so jealous. For the last week or so compared to the normal 26 to 31. Well, that's what we've been having. We've been getting around the 30s pretty consistently. And fun story, our aircon's broken at the moment. Huzzah! We've had aircon going when we first moved in, but it wasn't blowing. Like, it wasn't actually blowing air out of the vents, but it was still kind of relatively cooling things down. And then we finally got someone in to check out the aircon. And turns out, like, a whole bunch of stuff is broken up in the attic because someone who either installed the Foxtel or the NBN in our house, like, squished a whole bunch of stuff. So we've been told not to use the aircon at all, which is so much fun. So much fun. I'll do this. This might be better. Haley says we're about to hop on in the shower, so I'll be right back. Have a good stream. Thank you, Haley. Big Bird says, I'm so cold right now, but the winter fucking storm finally died down in my part of Texas. Oh, you're in Texas? Oh, I've seen so many pictures and videos of how cold it is in Texas. Big Bird, I feel for you so much, mate. That must be absolutely brutal. Okay, alright, well, I think it's time. I think it's time that we hopped in to the game of the day. And the game of the day, it kind of sounds like play school. Can you tell me what the game of the day is today, kids? That's right. We're playing Necrobarista. So if you didn't read the stream title, it's Aussie Game Dev Day, which is not exactly not like every Saturday or anything like that. But like, I tried to do my best to get around and play as many Australian games and celebrate as many Australian games as possible. And so today we are playing Necrobarista by Route 59 Games. And yeah, no, this game won a whole bunch of awards at some Game Australian events. I think, I'm trying to remember if it's won some awards like internationally. I bet it has, because this game looks so good. In saying that, I actually don't know what playing this game entails. All I know is that you run a cafe or the recently deceased. So you're kind of like, I think the whole concept or the premise is that you're like in between the afterlife and the real world. Again, I actually don't know much about the story or the gameplay of this game, but I'm very keen. I'm very keen. I think the concept of this game is really cool, and it's got a really cool art style as well. And as you can hear, the music's pretty rad as well. So, Missy says you miss working, don't you? Do I miss working? Oh, no, I don't. I can critique. I'll critique the coffee system as we go, because I mean, it's a pretty good setup they've got here at the moment. I can. Oh, I have to hydrate. Thank you, Casey. Hey, Casey, how you doing? Thank you for the hydrate. And if anyone else hasn't yet, please hydrate. Please keep your water up. But yeah, no, kind of analyzing this coffee setup at the moment. They've got some, pretty decent grinders. It's not the ones where it stores coffee after it's ground. That's good. That's good. We've got a three group head setup, which is nice. But yeah, no, I'm keen to see just how precise and accurate their coffee system setup is here. And I don't claim to know everything about coffee, but I've been doing it for a while. So we will see. Missy says kitty snuggles, jealous. Oh, well, the cats are. We opened like the bottom floor like slider door to let some of the cold air in from outside, because it's actually kind of cloudy at the moment and it's been really hot, and our house is quite good at insulation, keeping that heat in. And so we've got this cat pen. That we usually put them in if we ever want to open the doors. And we put them in there, and cats would not stop fighting, so we had to close the doors and take them back out again. Big Bird's brother says, I slept on the floor for that bastard and all I got was him biting me for petting him. Oh, the things we do for our cats. I'm at 1.8k, can't wait for 2k so I can pick a funny voice. Oh, great. I actually don't know if I'm going to have to do some voices for this game or not. Like I said, I don't really know much about the actual game itself, apart from that it looks amazing. So, without further ado, let's start the Aussie Game Dev stream, Aussie Game stream, and here we go. Let me turn it up a bit. They thought of the faraway grave on the plain. They thought of the comrade who came not again. They lifted their glasses, and sadly they said, creepy. We drink to the name of the mate who is dead. Henry Lawson. Come. Oh, it's so bloody damp down here. I know we're in a cellar, but I don't suppose you have a window we could open or anything? Yeah. Yeah, we got a vent that leads outside somewhere. Maddie, can you open it up? Get some fresh air coming through. I'm pretty sure a dumpster or something is sitting on top of it right now. And besides, I'm busy. Just grin and bear it. I have no idea what's going on here. But again, I love the art style of this game. And we get this over with. We've done this before, old man. You know what it takes a while to set up. Calm. Alright, I can't use an American accent if I'm going to say calm your farm. Yeah, I'll switch it up for this guy. I do not appreciate tone. Sorry. Can we get some more lights on, maybe? With all the crap you've got scattered around the place, I'd like to at least know where I'm putting my feet. Ashley, would you mind? Oh, there's 3 characters in here. Ooh, this looks cool. And the camera's moving. Oh, we got a character down on the left here. We got one over here on the right, and we got 3 in the middle. Thanks. You're more organized than last time, I see. Practice makes perfect. Hey, Maddie! How much more wire do we need? I think that's enough. Great. Now. Jay? Oh, I'm really struggling keeping track of voice accents for characters in the last couple of streams that I've done. Yeah, what's up, little P? I found you a chair. Thank you. So, this whole thing, surely it's not legal, yeah? Batty wasn't clear on that. Yeah, the council found it. Confronting. For good reason, I suppose. Because it utterly upsets the natural order, mate. Again, they can't throw in this Australian lingo. It makes it difficult because there's not many... There's not many different ways I could alternate my my own accent. Mate, it's not just bureaucracy. Shush you. Those rules can be bent after all. Ugh. And Maddie has a particular fascination with breaking rules, as I'm sure you've realized. Hey, don't give her all the credit. Ugh. Oh, wait. It's hard to keep track of what characters are talking. Is this related to her gambling for time? Mm-hmm. So, the transfer. Was the same sort of magic we're doing now, yes. Small scale, though. Doing it on a larger scale requires a bit more preparation. Council successfully suppressed all available information about it, though. Yeah, for good reason. What happens if something goes wrong? Well, you don't tend to mess it up more than once. Or try it again after you fail, for that matter. Stubborn scholars notwithstanding. What do you even call this sort of magic, then? Question's relevant. Because it's banned. Badass? I call it badass. Well, by definition, it's a conduit ritual. But, looking past all the smoke and mirrors and fancy names, you can just call it. Necromancy. Ooh. I'm loving the tone of this. This is so cool. From your hazy memories, a certain word calls out to you. Necroman. Is that the word? You try desperately to remember. You try desperately to remember what it meant. Necromancy. Ooh, I can the everything moves around. It's oh, I gotta click on it. There we go. Oh shit, death. Okay, righto. This fragment of a memory stays with you. Piece together the past. Remember what transpired. And never forget. You are gathered, practice, fascination, dishevelment, bureaucracy, band, callous, work. All the words. All the words. Let me test a thing that. All the words. Yeah, cool, it works. The only thing so far I'd change is having something different, differentiating each character's lines. Different text style or a different character, a different color. Yeah, no, probably. I'm willing to kind of give it a pass for now, considering that it's you know, the opening prologue for a game. It's kind of like it really is a whole new thing of developing a game with kind of like a streaming or YouTuber kind of in mind, if that makes sense. Ooh, is this it? Terminal House Rules. Terminal House Rules. Maddie's Rules. We welcome both living and dead. Patrons will be served in the order the... Oh, okay. Is it meant to just end there? Or am I meant to unlock it first? Red. Read? Read. Maddie's Rules. 1. We welcome both living and... Okay, alright. It was like, you unlock the blurb. We welcome both living and dead. Patrons will be served in the order they arrived. 2. Don't ask who's alive. Someone wants you to know, they'll tell you. 3. Oh, is this going to be a thing where, like, figuring out which characters are dead or alive will be, like, an element of the story? 3. The dead have 24 hours. strictly enforced. 24 hours and 5 minutes is not 24 hours. 4. No, we don't have Wi-Fi. Yes, there's no cell reception. Ether and radio signals don't play nice together. Are we in the ether? Or is the business in the ether? 5. Report broken items and other anomalies to staff. We can't clean up your broken glass or spatial rift if we don't know about it. 6. Don't feed the eidolons? Eidolons? They can't eat, and offering them food just reminds them of that cruel fact. Aww. Alright, well, so far so good. Let me just explore. Alright, I can sprint. Oh, it's very dark. It's very dark. Yeah, let's go into the cafe. Oh. Shiny table. Continue? Yeah. That is true. I don't know. I like games that are always easy to tell who's talking. Yes, no, 100%. It's one of those things where it's only a noticeable thing when it's an actual problem. Part 1. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Got some coffee brewing. Extracting the shot. That's good. She's got... That's good. They're keeping the jug still. That's what you're meant to do. Get it in a good position first, and then you just keep the thing still. All right. There's no act. Oh, there's the liquid. There it is. The terminal. Carlton, Victoria. Hey, that's near where I live. Australia, 3053. In the future. Excerpts from online reviews. Pretty unremarkable coffee. Barista speaks Chinese, but exclusively uses it to mock people to their faces. I am very self-conscious about my top hat now. Observed little girl running around cafe with knife. Unsupervised. Came down with deep sense of ennui after visiting. Was rudely told to stop being a big dweebus after complaining about burnt taste in coffee. This coffee's some of the best I've ever had. 5 stars. Disclosure, I have no taste buds. The door closes. I'm liking this, like, the camera moving, but the characters are kind of like in a freeze frame sort of a thing. Missy says, this is reminding me I need to buy some beans to make proper fresh coffee again. Yes, please do. Good coffee is good coffee. Maddie sighed and began cleaning a glass. She glanced up at the person who just walked in. But he didn't seem quite ready to approach the counter. Hey! Mate? You right? Ugh! You can see me? Yeah. Clear as day. You gonna order something? I've been walking around for hours. Nobody was listening to me. I don't know how I ended up here. I think you'll find it was the front door. He chuckled nervously and took a deep breath. Right. Where am I? This, dearly departed, is the terminal. Carlton's finest. Departed. I wonder how long it will... If the camera's just going to continue to zoom in. If I don't click anything. Ah, it just stops. Okay. They say our coffee's to die for. Ennui, a feeling of listlessness, dissatisfaction arising from a lack of occupation or excitement. Oh, there you go. Right up the nose. Yep, right, zooming in, right up that nose. So, I don't really know how to go about this. Ask me anything, man. It's not like you're the first disheveled and disoriented dead dude to drop in. What does everyone else ask? Well, they generally start with that one. Ah, shit. And they always say that. And then there's the embarrassed silence. Alright, alright. I get it. You always this mean to... Oh, you always this mean to everyone who comes through? Or just the pitiful ones like me? Just the pitiful ones. I guess that's consistent. Always felt like people saw me as a pitiful guy. Nah, I'm just kidding. No, I promise. You're right. I'm a fucking sad sack. I don't even know how I died. But I bet it was pitiful and meaningless. Just like everyone else around me, everything else around me. Just like everything else about me. I'm never even gonna have a chance to make things better for myself. I'm stuck like this. Oh, come on. Now I'm sitting in a cafe for dead people falling apart in front of the barista. Pull yourself together, my dude. He blinked and slowly came back to earth. No breakdowns in the cafe, please. I promise, man. You are okay. I know how it is. Are you? No. But I've had 100 people like you walk through the door. So I'm just averagely messy. Can't even do that right. Kashan, you have 24 hours left on this plane until you have to move on to the next place. I don't think you want to spend them having one big, long, extended panic attack. 24 hours? Ah, shit. What I'm saying is, everything's okay. Let's take some deep breaths. We'll sort this out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to be a fuss. It's not like I have anything else to be doing. Don't worry about it. You sure? Kind of a burden. You're not. Chin up, mate. Let me tell you about this place. It's pretty cool. So I first wandered in here about 4 hours ago. I don't know who's talking on the yellow screens. I don't know if that's the main character or not. Also, I don't remember the name of the deceased that just walked in. Haley says, Morse, my friend, what the fuck is happening? I thought this was a coffee shop game. It's a coffee shop game for the dead. And the living, but specializing in also serving coffee for the dead. And that's how long you've got before you've got to move on. 24 hours. 24 hours to find out who killed you. That's probably a good detective movie, right? Race against time? I guess. But what's the point if you have to move onwards at the end anyway? It kind of strips it of the meaning. I don't even know if you'd care once you're in the next place. I don't know. Maybe I'm too much of a nihilist. Be anything but a constant buzzkill. Yeah, I guess the pressure sounds like a lot. Honestly. I'm still wrapping my head around this. They aren't Frog Detective. No, they are not Frog Detective, although that would be a hilarious crossover, and I'm sure that the people who made this game probably know the people who made the Frog game. That'd be a great crossover. Seems a bit outlandish, doesn't it? That's the word. I guess it'd be disappointing if you found out that you just died quietly in your sleep or something, though. Yeah. Most people don't die from being murdered. Mostly sickness, or old age, or lawnmower accidents. Well, they call them accidents. But really, loads of lawnmowers are possessed by evil spirits. That said... Wait. Hold on. You can't just drop that like it's nothing. Possessed lawnmowers? Seriously? Anything with spinning blades tends to attract them. Garden equipment, garbage disposals, blenders. They are a right pain in the ass. Gotta exercise the blender at least once a month. That's wild. So, I don't know if it's weird to ask, but... Oh, wait, that was the other guy. Is everyone in here dead? Yeah. You said that this was a cafe for dead people. Does that mean it's everyone? Or are some of these people just really into ghost cafes? That might be an oversimplification. Not everyone here is dead. But this is one of the only stopping points between here and there. So we get a lot of your type. That's also why the rent is so high. Because those vampires who own the place know we get a lot of foot traffic. Literal vampires? No. No, just baby boomers with lots of money. Ah. Same thing, I guess. So, to answer your question, there are 9 customers in here right now. Out of those 9, yourself included, I'd say 4 or 5 of them are just passing through on their way to the next place. Wait, how can you tell? Once you've worked here for a while, you get a sort of sixth sense for this kind of thing. Gotcha. Speaking of sixth senses, I've got one for trouble. You have 2 sixth senses? Good to know. Glares at lawnmower. The animation is so goddamn pretty. Yes, this game looks amazing. How did I even hit V? Lawn move. You gotta look out for those lawn movers. I keep forgetting. I keep waiting for things to load, but it doesn't. Oh, wait. Let's read this menu while we can. So we got coffee. We got the house blend, black or white, $5.50 or $4.50 for a large. All right. So apparently it's... Oh, no. That says $3.50, not $8.50. $8.50 for a regular coffee. Holy shit. Single origin. An extra $1 for a small or an extra 70 cents for a large. What else we got here? Chai. $4 for a chai? Oh, my God. Oh, chai tea. Gotcha. Cold drip, $5.50. Makes sense. Yep. Yeah. I have no idea what this one is. Is that even a type of tea? What else we got here? We got some toast. This music's banging, by the way. Gotta go. I may be back later, but have fun, y'all. Thanks, Big Bird. Thank you, mate. I'll see you next time. I've already wishlist this. Yeah, no, I think it's about like $25 on Steam. Also, is my webcam being glitchy at the moment? Eggs your way, 560. What one are you not sure about, boss? Your cam blocking the menu. Oh, is my cam? I'm so sorry. By the way, let me know if my cam is blocking anything, although you wouldn't be able to tell. Maybe I'll put it down here. Oop, no. Wait. Go back to this. Oh, shit. I accidentally clicked. Hello, Ashley. Ashley was a young girl who adopted Maddie and Che a couple of years back. Wait. Ashley was a young girl who adopted Maddie and Che a couple of years back. Wait, so Ashley, the little girl, adopted Maddie and Che? I'm confused. Much in the same way that a puppy adopts a squeaky toy. Okay. She was ferociously smart and a budding genius. Alright, so this is Ashley, right? This is Ashley? I'm guessing so. Is Maddie the main character? I've been struggling to kind of put those pieces together. It's a little laggy. Okay, all right. Well, hopefully it fixes itself. But still a kid, nonetheless. Today, she smelled strongly of motor oil. Her right arm was coated with it. Maddie knew she'd have to help her clean it off the joint later. And she wore a look on her face that said, "I am an invincible genius." She was mostly right about that one. And Maddie hated it. Alright, I know that look. Spit it out. Oh, what? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Got the crap, kid. What do you need this time? I'm dealing with a customer here. I'm not really needing any attention. I am dealing with a customer. I just need someone to hold a joint for me while I screw something in. Don't you have any clamps? We got you a bunch of those for your birthday last month. They're all being used for other very important things. They were not. I'm pretty sure I saw one upstairs about 10 minutes ago. I need a helper. Ashley, I'm busy. Please. Hey, I could probably. Yes. I could. Ashley, you've got to let us work. We're not going to get anything done if I have to keep going upstairs to hold screwdrivers and confiscate steak knives. Ashley's pout was legendary. But over time, Maddie had grown immune to it. Hey, no dice. What about Che? He can help me. In the kitchen, emptying the dishwasher. You know, the dishwasher that you were meant to empty an hour ago. It's really no trouble. Hey, why don't I take this guy? He doesn't have anything to do. He's dead. Oh my god. Hey, come on. Ashley, I don't have the energy to argue with you. I'm sure he just wants to relax. Dying takes a lot out of you. Also, manners. God, we've talked about this. You've got to be more respectful in front of customers. Please. I'm happy to go upstairs. Really, it's fine. I don't have anything better to do. And I'm super dead. Was Center the one you were unsure about? No, it was the big longer one underneath. Hopefully they show us another shot of it. It was really weird. I'm cool with it. That's me. Kashan. Very dead guy. Alright, so we've got Maddie, who's the main character. We've got Ashley, who's the young girl. And then we've got Kashan. You sure? I can just send her back upstairs. Promise. It's fine. I just sit around and be a pain otherwise. Perfect. Come on, peon. We've got work to do. Oh, I keep forgetting that. I keep thinking that I'm waiting for the next screen to load in, but I actually just have to click it. Yeah, chrysanthemum? Chrysanthemum? Yeah, is that an actual thing? Deep down, Maddie knew she wasn't giving Ashley enough attention, and that was causing her to act out. She felt guilty about it. But at the same time, she didn't think she'd be able to solve that particular problem anytime soon. For both their sakes, she had to work on keeping the cafe afloat. even if it meant that Ashley would be required to deal with stuff on her own for a little while. And she knew she was being callous. Her internal monologue was doing a very good job of whispering cruel nothings to her in quiet moments. But, even then, she had to truly wonder if there wasn't... You know, I reckon this place needs more plants. Oh, God damn it, Jay. Don't sneak up on me like that, you old bastard. What's on your mind, Maddie? I was drifting off. Did I look like I was thinking weighty thoughts? Extremely. It's nothing important. Just my resting bitch face. It's different this time. How so? Well, right now, your expression reminds me of that time you challenged that samurai cosplayer to a fistfight. Oh. You mean the one who barged in, waving his gift store katana around and demanding satisfaction after I told him I wouldn't put 15 shots in his coffee? That's a weirdly specific facial expression to refer to. What's it look like? I can't... Is that Che? I can't tell. The natural reaction of someone who's just been threatened with 1,000-fold Nippon steel. You don't have to reenact it. The memory's precious enough that I can picture it clearly. A sort of deep disgust, mixed with a tinge of pity and just a touch of derision. That's a kind of flower, not surprised it'd be a tea. Oh, okay, that makes sense then. I think it means death. Very apt then. It didn't look familiar, so the fact that it's a death tea makes sense. Yeah, often used in funerals, perfect flower for this game. Yeah, no, 100%. Missy says, but also depends on where you live in the world and the color of the flower. Ooh, that's cool. Ha! It me. What a mood. This is a cool cafe. It's like a library upstairs. Fuck, I'd go to this place. You alright? Real talk. I'm fine. Is this an I'm actually fine? Or more of a I'm having trouble processing and or expressing my feelings and would like the conversation to move in a different direction? Fine. The latter. Zero. Offer's still open if you'd like to talk things out. In the meantime, sorry. Can I grab that tea towel? My hands are wet. Yeah, here you go. So, this is their method of making sure you know which character's speaking, Missy, which I guess is handy. I imagine that they didn't want to show certain characters' faces at the beginning, so they couldn't use this just yet in the prologue. So, did you just feel like doing the dishes by hand, or... I could have sworn that I told Ashley to empty the dishwasher earlier. Yeah, it's busted. Door latch broke, so we'll have to get someone to fix it. Oh my gosh, that is too real. We had a dishwasher at our last place, and it didn't get fixed for at least a year, and the only thing that was wrong was that the door latch was broken. Ugh. I don't want to make Ashley wash them by hand anyway. Her arms get rusty. So, I did it. Missy says, but death and rebirth are one meaning of the flower. Huh? Oh, just one. Okay. No problem. That makes sense. So anyway, we're going to have to organize a repair. Unless you want to let Ashley give it a shot. I'd make the call myself. But our landline stopped working last week. We have a landline? Yes. Ancient technology. Oh, I guess it's 3035, so that makes sense. You can transmit sound through a physical cable. An elegant tool for a more civilized age. Only works when you pay the phone bill, though. I don't know if it'd be cheaper to get it repaired, just to buy a new one, and give Ashley the old one for parts. The costs are pretty close, all things considered. Hey, don't stress. You'll worry yourself into an early grave. Hey, you spent 50 years digging holes. Can't talk shit at me about digging myself an early grave, can you, old guy? Oh, old guy. I'll have you know I'm barely 170-ish. Where's the lie? Where's the lie? It was in the middle of a gold rush. Everyone and his dog was busy digging holes. Only thing different about me is that I eventually started digging up things more interesting than gold. Psh. Didn't dig up any mobile phones though, did ya? Could have gotten yourself a head start on learning how to work them. Hey, so, I know you're stressed right now, but I think we need to put in an order for some more kitchenware soon. Ugh. I know. It's another thing that costs money. We're beginning to run out of cutlery, though. It keeps disappearing to somewhere. So I don't know how long it can wait before we get some more. What is this robot? Oh, is it like a server? That'd be cool. I don't know if we can afford that this month. Just, you know, everything's a bit too pricey right now. Doesn't help that the coffee cartels keep pushing prices up. I don't think the importer 2 suburbs over is part of a cartel. They seem quite nice. You ever spoken to them? They're obviously criminals with the rates they charge. Wholesale my ass. And yet we keep buying from them. Well, yeah. The beans are good, man. Just everything else on top of them that's stressing me out. Ah. Yes. I'll happily accept the blame for some of that. It's fine. It's fine. You don't have to. I know, it's all on me. I've just got to figure out how to pay everything off.
I have to hydrate. Thank you, Casey.
Thank you, Casey. Hydrate, everyone. Let me just double check something real quick before we continue. Alright, the stream seems to be doing okay. Okay. Oh, and posture check. Casey, did you get... Oh, never mind. All good. I've just got to figure out how to pay everything off. Everything? And everyone? Ugh. The time debt we owe to the Council of Death is the absolute last thing I want to think about right now. I've lost enough sleep over it already. Hey, I'm here to help. I'm worried about you, you know? You've had a lot of responsibility dropped on you in a very short period of time. I can't help but feel a little bit culpable for that. I know. Yeah, I know. And you... I can't thank you enough. Shh. It's alright. Hold yourself together. We'll figure it out. Just like we always do. I just don't want to deal with it, you know? I get it. And I don't want to make you feel like I'm imposing or interfering too much. I know the cafe's yours now. And even though things are a bit much at the moment, I know I keep saying this, Maddie, but I don't know how much time we have to deal with all of this before things start falling apart. Things are already falling apart. Regardless, you're gonna have to face reality at some point. Oh, that was the other guy? Alright. Damn. Oh my god, I know. I don't need any more reminders from you. Back off, man. The council's already sitting at the back of my mind. I'm doing my best over here. My best is all I can do, okay?
Just because you're my best friend and my old boss and my mentor doesn't mean I need you preaching at me about how I need to deal with my problems. Because they're my problems now, not yours. Alright. No worries. I'll give you some space. Might go check on Ashley. You seen her recently? She's upstairs. Dragged a customer up there, talking about clamps or something. I'd better go rescue them then. Be back in a bit. They've done a very good job with like the combination of freeze frames and slide animations to like communicate, you know, all the movement in the scene without actually having to fully animate them. Really, really cool. God damn it. We do need more plants in here, don't we? So we're gonna what? So we're gonna strap a big old steak knife to it and make them fight each other. Yeah, I love it. This is gonna be great. I want to build something that gets put on that TV show Road Battle Royale with flamethrowers on it. You're not gonna put one on this little guy, are you? A flamethrower? Probably not. But I want you to record the fight on my phone so we can send it to the producers. Yeah, sure thing. Let's get this knife attached. Pass me those zip ties. Zip ties? And the knife. Knife! And my coffee. Are you sure? Who even gave you that? Coffee! God damn it. It's empty. My coffee is empty, Kashan. The world is beginning to vibrate! What is this character? Came into this with no context. I'm so confused. Brendan, this is Necrobarista. This is an Australian game by Route 59 Games. And the whole concept is that you play as the owner of a cafe that serves to both the living and the dead. Yeah, that's the whole context of the game. But I think it's more of those like straight narrative games. Maybe it's good that your cup runneth empty, yeah? I think my cup needs to runneth with more espresso in it. How many shots did you put in there? Too many, Kashan. But did anyone ask Icarus how many shots of espresso he had? Yeah, I'm reading a book about Icarus. He flew to the sun. I'm cultured. In unrelated news, I have a headache. I think you might want to read a little bit more about Icarus. There's a twist to the end. There's a twist ending to that one. I'm holding a knife, Kashan. No spoilers. No spoilers. Promise. Ooh. Alright. I'll just say hi. Maybe she won't sling a knife at me this time. Who knows? Ahem. Hey, kids. Ah! Intruder! Kashan. My buddy. My pal. Did I get him? No. You missed. Damn it. But, wait. You threw it on purpose? Extremely on purpose. Yes. I'm fine, by the way. Oh, it's just you. Would it have been worse if it was someone else? Probably. Unless they were an actual spy and came to steal my robot designs. Then it would have been good. I think I'm crashing. Oh, no. Is she okay? Did I kill her? She'll wake up in about 15 minutes, with no ill effects. But you probably shouldn't give her any more coffee. She turns into a real goblin. Oh. She told me that it'd make her immeasurably powerful. I mean, she's not wrong. But you know, great power, great responsibility, yada yada yada. She's 13. Kid's got plenty of energy already. Maybe not the sense of responsibility, though. Yeah, I don't even know how I ended up sitting here attaching knives to robots. He's very convincing? You don't have to tell me, mate. She basically lives here. Her parents would kill me if they found out she nearly killed me. Pretty good blind throw, though. It makes me proud in the weirdest ways. Huh. Did she learn from the best? She did. But the best definitely wasn't me. How you doing, Brendan, by the way? Good to see you, man. Maddie's pretty deadly with knives. Loves her flashy tricks. Bad habit, probably. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm being very rude. My name's Che. I used to own this place. Now I just sort of sit around and cause trouble and sometimes have knives thrown at me, I guess. I'm Kashan. And I died today. Oh, so is that Kashan talking when it comes to those, like, colored titles? Or is it just whoever's talking last? Oh! Hello! We've got some robots now.
I'm alive. I'm alive. Ugh, we got a loud one here. Be nice. You know, it's scary waking up. Big lights coming towards me. I think it's I think it's really living its last moments. Looks like it. What's happening? Hello. I do not remember having this many limbs. Join the club, pal. We are reborn in a new image. I see. I'm Kepler. Nice to meet you. And I'm Jacoby. I am undefined. I don't know if that name will stick. Its body is made out of a milk carton. Should we just call it milk? No, too basic. Imagine if you called me Goon, just because I'm made of a goon box. I wouldn't like that at all. Ashley was yelling about someone called Lovelace the other day. That's a good one, I think. How does our new friend feel about it? Acceptable? Excellent. Nice to meet you, Lovelace.
Adorable! Got a whole cast of robots. That dancing cute. I know, they're cute little boys. Cute little guys. Cute little robots. There we go. Got to it in the end. From your hazy memories, certain words call out to you. These words may be the key to unlocking the mysteries of what happened in this place. So I choose, how about we'll go disheveled, peon, blenders, birthday, goblin, producers, holes. Alright, what does that mean? As they flutter through your mind, you focus on a few and try to remember what they meant. Yeah, so the other day I walked up to... I went and visited some producers and I wanted to tell them about my new TV show about a couple of goblins celebrating a birthday. They were a bit disheveled though, and were only able to dig some holes with some blenders.
Also, the protagonist is a peon. Oh, fucking Kashan. Hi, buddy. Wait, what? Do some of the words relate to certain characters? Melbourne. Hi, Melbourne. Oh, there we are. That's where I live. Where I live. Food. Ashley. Another Ashley. Jay. All right. Perhaps with time you may be able to cling to more of the fragments that flutter through your mind. What fragments will you choose to carry with you? What is it that you find precious? Interesting. I'm not sure what's happening. Brendan says, yeah, doing well, just hanging out with Elizabeth. Oh, nice. Oh, I can walk around again. Okay. Let's check out more of the shop. Oh, it's a robot. Ashley's journal. Bro Battle Royale Robots Power Rankings. Windless. Some memories seem to evade you. May have to come back to this one later. Okay. Right, so I think what's going on is that as you play the game, you earn points. Or you unlock certain fragments of memory, and then the combination of them pertaining to different types. Oh, okay. So so different characters have a different combination of fragments that you have to combine to create memories. That's why it's important that certain words relate to certain characters, because you're trying to unlock memories from certain areas. Gotcha. All right. That's making more sense now. What else we got here? Ooh. The Fisherman? Oh, do I get to choose... Do I get to choose which next steps? This is a fucking cool cafe, by the way. Lamington recipe. Yes, please. Oh, this is another memory. Alright, so I don't have everything for this yet. Let's check that Fisherman, actually. Let's see what that recipe is. Ooh! Is this the... Oh, this is the other side of the cafe. Wait, didn't I enter... I entered from here. Or just a couple of big barn doors. And there was an alleyway. Have I, like, crossed into some sort of, like, afterlife realm or something like that? Or is this actually the 3035 Melbourne? Unsure. The Fisherman. What do we got here for the Fisherman? Alright, we don't have everything. We've only got one of those. This continue? No. Oh, I want to explore some more. Talking about alchemy the wrong way. I don't have any of those. Yeah, let's check out their coffee system. Got some toasters. I don't know why there would be a coffee machine without any grinders next to it. They got 3 coffee machines? No wonder they're broke. These things are expensive. 4 coffee machines! Jesus. Righto. This is cool. I really, really like this. I haven't played a predominantly narrative-based game for a while. So this is great. Alright, so we probably need to like continue the story before we unlock anything. In particular, ooh, that's pretty. Oh. Caution, cleaning in progress. Alright, I guess we can't go up there then. Oh, wait, judgment? Judgment. Oh no, it's just that. Also, I love this, I'm guessing it's a gum tree. A leafless gum tree in the center of the room. Alright, well, I guess we can't do anything else, so let's go.
Alright, what do we got? Who's that? Is that Kashar? Man, love to see that. I could use a pick me up. I can't promise. Oh wait, that's Che, right? Yeah, I can't promise it'll be there. Kind of inconsistent. Still though, a hallway that's only there sometimes. How do you get to the kitchen otherwise? There's another slightly longer one that we use instead. Missy says I'm gonna disappear for a minute, make some lunch and a cuppa, and probably get some dishes soaking. No worries, Missy. See you in a bit. Yeah, that's much less exciting. But on the upside, it's consistently there. I love telling new people about it, though. The reaction's always hilarious. I definitely didn't expect to be getting enthusiastic today over a weird quantum hallway. Or enthusiastic at all, actually. Because as soon as I stopped to think about it, I realize I'm actually extremely messed up about this. Ooh, we got some necromancy. Sorry, what? I understand. Your life has gotten very weird very fast, conceptually speaking. Or your unlife. I should be better at talking about this by now, shouldn't I? Ah, jeez, that's not a fun one to think about, huh? Just keep talking about the hallway so I can keep my mind off this. To be honest, I'm not sure I could even properly explain a lot of what goes on in here. The building's mildly sentient. Too much magic in the soil for it to not be, really. So the cafe's alive? Not necessarily. Plenty of things have come to life here. But as far as we can tell, the building itself doesn't really fall into that category. Also, it mostly tends to shift itself in ways that are helpful instead of frustrating. So, quantum hallways. I'm making myself a cuppa. You want something? No, I'm good for now. Also, what's the barista's name? Well, I didn't actually catch it and feel like a jerk. Ah, Maddie. Yeah, she's the owner now. Not just the barista. She still makes coffee, of course. But since the owner now, he has a lot more to juggle. Why are you asking? Got your eye on her, eh? No, I have a boyfriend. Ad? Oh, jeez. This is a lot. Can't imagine how he's feeling. Try not to think about it. Also, can you guys hear me, by the way, or is my voice cutting in and out? I feel like I'm talking too quiet at sometimes. Lactose-free cappuccino. Brendan, you can go make it yourself, buddy. I'm not making coffee while I'm not at work. So, try not to think about it. Okay. Yep. Yeah, okay. You want that drink now? I think I want something a little more potent than coffee right now, sorry. Don't enable him, Kashan. Shush. I can get you something stronger, mate. Would you like bourbon? Or is that too weak? I thought this was a cafe? Well, it is.
Mostly. We do serve alcohol, though. And stronger things on request.
I feel like a bit is about to happen with the music that's playing right now.
Stronger? Like what? Whoa, what is that word? Guotao? Absinthe? Pure ethanol? You think a place like this wouldn't have anything stronger than that?
This is definitely like one of those moments in an anime where it's just like, yeah, like the close-up is just on the mouth. It's like, those sort of moments.
Stronger than pure ethanol? Sure, remind me later and I might pull some out of my special reserve. Don't enable him, Kashan. Hey, someone's got a drink. I know you're not going to touch the stuff aside from setting it on fire. I have perfectly good reasons for wanting to set a puddle of distilled soul on fire. We'll agree to disagree on that one.
Brendan says, man, I haven't made a coffee at a coffee machine in so long. Enjoy it. Enjoy the fact that you don't have to make coffee consistently. I'm not saying I don't enjoy my job, but definitely keen to move on to something else.
Well, we'll agree to disagree on that one. So, Kashan, what'll it be? Actually, I changed my mind on the coffee. Can I order something complex? Gotta treat myself on my last day on Earth. I'm after a sugar rush. If we have the ingredients, it shouldn't be an issue.
Jay's getting oddly excited about this.
Maddie can whip it up for you.
It's been years.
I did my time, though. I'm still doing my time, man. And it was more than 6 years. Cool.
In Azkaban?
In that case, can I have a large quadruple shot, double vanilla caramel, no foam, super hot, reverse, coconut milk macchiato? Alright, okay, I have many problems with this order, and I'm sure that Maddie is going to also agree with me on this one. But let's get this straight. Starting, a macchiato is just coffee with dollops of foam on top. That's all it is. I have no idea what the fuck a reverse coffee is. Super hot negates so much of actual coffee. But it's going to be super hot anyway because it's just coffee. It's just hot coffee. You don't need to... There's going to be no reason to heat up your milk for the macchiato because it's just coffee. It's going to be boiling hot anyway. No foam. It's a macchiato. It is just coffee and foam. That's all it is. When you're asking for no foam, you're essentially asking for just coffee shots. Double vanilla caramel. They're two separate flavors. Do you want vanilla or do you want caramel? It doesn't make any sense.
Again, I feel like Maddie's about to confirm everything I'm saying right now. Also, I've never had anyone order a coffee like this, and I know they're exaggerating it because it's a video game, but because it's a coffee game, I feel like my argument is valid. You need your foam to be coconut. Yeah, what's the point? What is the point of having 4 shots of coffee, like vanilla, caramel, technically double of both, and still want coconut milk? Is it just... It makes... I'm very angry right now. I'm having a coffee rant right now. There's not many things that I can qualify to rant about. This is one of them. All right, let's see what Maddie says. Oh yeah, no, Che is aware that this is not a good thing. Yep, thank you, Maddie. Thank you.
Oh my god.
No, that's no. This is not okay. This is not okay. With 2 sugars and whipped cream on top. Brendan, I know you feel this with me. Oh my lord. With 2 sugars and cream. Fucking hell. Maddie? Yes, dearest? Can you... I don't quite know how... Yeah, is this real? Brendan says, I used to have a customer that asked for his coffee at 90 degrees. Oh, that... Oh, god damn it. That's real. That's real. A customer asking a very specific temperature. People. Oh, is it too much? I was gonna ask for a splash of bourbon in it, but that seemed a little extra. That seemed did it, Kashan? Did that seem a little extra? That was the bit that seemed extra. No, that's it. That sounds like, in terms of your predicament right now, that makes the most bloody sense of everything that you've said so far. All right, rant over. Yes, it is too much. It is a bad order, and I hate it. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you for just saying that out loud. How bad? Worst one you've ever seen? No, I just hate it. Yep. No, me too. But dang. Every single word of that increased my urge to set the espresso machine on fire so I wouldn't have to think about making coffee ever again. Except the bourbon bit. Yep, no. See, Maddie and I were on the same wavelength here. Brendan says, yeah, I had one that requested 72 degrees and would occasionally send it back if it wasn't 72. I'm not done ranting. Brendan, you can keep going, but I'm going to keep the game moving on. 72 degrees, man. How annoying could you be? Speaking of coffee, cheers, everyone. I mean, mine is cold by now, but that's fine. I put that in my coffee too. Yeah, no, bourbon is the least hostile thing of that order. So with that in mind, I have a counter offer. Yeah? I'll make you another double shot long black, and I'll put bourbon in it. A very reasonable coffee to make right there. But I won't call you a hipster this time. If you decline my offer, I will strip your soul from your body and use it to scrub the counters at closing time. Oh my gosh, Maddie, holy shit. They will smell delicious afterwards, if that's any consolation. Yikes. That does sound like a competitive counter offer. Not the salting. I'll take the coffee. My generosity knows no bounds. Normie. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening when the color come up. And the quotation marks. Is it the last person that said a line is the person who says the thing on the color cards? I'm not sure. So, in conclusion, that order sucked because it's inordinately complex to make, has a heart attack worth of sugar in it, and is something that only impotent jerks ask for. Is it possible to die twice? Yep. Oh god. You can die twice if you're brought back from the dead. Or if you manage to really annoy someone between here and the next place. Which is more likely because resurrection is illegal. But if you're asking whether you can get a heart attack or whatever, the answer is no. Life and death have a slightly different meaning here. Can't die from natural causes. That was the end of the sentence. It's a bit complex and weird, and we're still in the process of figuring out how it all works. I'm over 200 years old and I still haven't made proper sense of it yet. Just got some vague ideas. Right. So what's keeping from me just staying here? Like, I'm already dead. Why do I have to go to the next place?
Wait, what? One customer used to ask for half a raw sugar and half a white sugar. Alright, Brendan, I've done this before, and I'm calling you out right now. I have made up orders for a good story that a customer has come in and said that they've done. And it's been a fib, but it's made for good conversation. And I'm calling you out that you're doing that right now, Brendan. Because I've done it before. You've got a certain number of hours you're allowed to remain on the edge of the mortal realm. Hours are fungible? Missy says, I know people who would do that through Moss. Do that though, Moss. Yeah, I do too, but in terms of like those specific orders, every order I've told you is completely true. Alright, Brendan, I believe you. I believe you. I believe you, man. I do. I do. I was just wondering, is all. Fungible? They can be sold. They can be bought, sold, and exchanged. Generally speaking. Oh, wait. Does that make... Wait. Okay, so here's my theory so far. Here's my theory. My theory at the moment is that Maddie, Che, and Ashley are all dead. But they're taking people's time away. That's my thought. And they're doing that. They're offering the cafe service as and the people are giving them time in exchange for like coffee and things like that, which is why they're struggling financially. That's a theory. It's probably wrong, but that's what I'm going with at the moment. Because the fact that, and Che hasn't explained it yet, but I imagine Che is 200 years because he's gaining time from other people. But I'm sure he'll clarify that in a moment. But the Council of Death always collects on debts owed to them, and you'll start running up debt if you stay here too long. Yep, okay, they've already mentioned this before, that they owe a debt to the Council of Time, the Council of Death. So they're all dead, but they're just they're trying to prolong their life as long as possible. Missy says, fungible, replaceable by another identical item. Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah, that makes complete sense then. Brendan says, one guy asked for 4 equals in his coffee every day. If you're unfamiliar with an equal, it is fake sugar that's the equivalent of 2 sugars. Yeah, no, he had 8 sugars in his coffee. Yeah, that's incredibly sweet. Sorry. Doing these sort of streams where I'm just talking as like different characters all the time, I get a lot of phlegm in the back of my throat. Your soul starts to get itchy too. Not something you want to experience. We've had a few stay past their allotted time. They've gotten very uncomfortable very fast. It starts with general irritability. Then, worse things begin to happen. Uh-huh. I like how Ashley's just passed out. Missy says, I used to need that much sugar in coffee. Now I only need sugar if it's instant coffee. Ah, there you go. Yeah, if I have instant coffee, I usually have about half a teaspoon sugar. But I need to drink more water. It's a weird thing to wrap your head around. How long do I have before I need to make myself scarce? You get 24 hours. Any longer and we start to pick up the tab since you're on our premises. Oh. Interesting. So that's the actual debt. And as charming as you are, we've already racked up too much time debt from letting people stick around past their expiry date. And cash-wise, we're extremely poor. We've been a bit too lenient in the past. Letting people stay just a little longer instead of gently shooing them into the next plane of existence, etc. You know the drill.
But hey, since ours are fungible, you can always acquire them some other way. There's something happening tonight, actually, that you might be interested in. Seriously? You're still doing that? Shush. You know the council doesn't look on that stuff favorably. Ned said so himself. It draws customers and it helps us shave down the debt. I'll take whatever I can get. And hey, fuck Ned. Yeah, fuck Ned, whoever you are. We have a 13-year-old here right now, you know. He's heard enough coarse language for a lifetime. I'm not too worried about her. She's right, though. She's right, though. What? Every time Ned comes around, he makes you guys really stressed out. Maybe not you so much, but Maddie gets nervous and it brings down the mood. Man. So fuck Ned. I think you've had too much coffee today, young lady. Oh, there she goes. I am crashing so hard right now, you have no idea. It's like I was crashing earlier, but that was just a pre-crash and I'm having a double crash or something. Ugh. All I ask is that you try and keep the swearing to a minimum when customers are around. Okay. Does Kashan count? It's fine. That's a cool shot right there. That's a very cool shot. It's fine. A couple of my housemates are tradies, but you learn to ignore it pretty quick. Tradies? Were tradies? Ugh. They're still tradies unless they changed career in the last couple of days. But they're not my roommates anymore. 'Cause... Hey, mates, have I mentioned how much being dead sucks? Because it sucks and I feel extremely bad about it. Having a pretty bad time right now in general, to be honest. Yep. Even just adapting your language is a pain, isn't it? Want a proper drink now? Without coffee in it? He's so pretty! Oh, I've missed some stuff. Missy says, and the only time I have sugar in fresh bean coffee is if I have a flavor syrup, since the syrup is sugary. Do they take time away from the lives of the living customers? No, I think what happens, Missy, is that, maybe. Well, it's called Necrobarista, so it's got some things that have to do with necromancy. So what I'm thinking is, and again, they have yet to explain this. But what I'm thinking is that the people who have died, they offer to take... They have 24 hours, right? They convince them to leave earlier and then take some of the leftover time that they have from that 24 hours. That's my theory. At the moment, anyway. I don't mind the taste of instant coffee. No, neither do I, actually. I consider them two separate beverages. Like, fresh espresso coffee and instant coffee, they're two different things. Completely. Like, they're both coffee, but, you know, espresso coffee is kind of the thing that people enjoy the most now. But, you know, I grew up enjoying a cuppa every now and then, so... Sometimes I just have it just so I have, like, a cuppa, you know? Like, having just a cup of tea. I don't technically enjoy the taste of tea, but I just like having, like, a hot beverage at, like, in, like, the evening or in the morning or something like that. Yeah. That'd be good. TV didn't say anything about there being a storm tonight. Huh? Looks like a decent-sized one's rolling in. Melbourne weather strikes again. Yep. I'll go upstairs and close the windows. Cheers. Come on, Ashley. Let's clean up your workbench while we're up there, yeah? You need a bribe? Yes. I have some chocolate hidden away. Acceptable. I don't really enjoy tea. That's fair. Wait. Dead people can still get drunk, yeah? Why else do you think we serve alcohol? To take money? Well, yeah. Hang on. Do I even have my wallet? Doubt it. I don't. Yeah. How does that work? Why do I have my clothes but not the contents of my pockets? I don't know, dude. Everyone's experience is different. Death doesn't follow many rules. Only universal rule I can think of is that you can't stay. People don't generally come in without their clothes, fortunately. So, about this drink. I guess you're gonna give me straight vodka or something? Why's that? You don't like making complex drinks. Dude, no. I don't like making ridiculous caffeine-laced milkshakes for overcompensating soccer dads. That's so true. I'm happy to mix a cocktail within reason. Oh, okay. What you got then? Kay's got everything you can think of. And then some. I could go for a mint julep. Hey, what's that outside? Oh, it's that guy from before, at the beginning. Missy says coffee and tea are seasonal for me. I find I enjoy tea more in the late spring, early autumn, and coffee mid-autumn, mid-spring. Ah, that's interesting, Missy. I've never really like changed my drink preference on like seasons or anything like that, but that's interesting. Outside? Some guy out in the rain? Ah, shit. Maddie? Maddie, what's up? Let's get started on that drink. New character. Here we go. Is this Ned? I bet this is Ned. Morning. Hi. Hello, recently departed. Hey, that hat you're wearing kind of makes you look like Ned Kelly. I could have sworn you were standing outside literally a second ago. So how'd he die? Good morning to you too, Ned. Haha, called it. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Madeline. Piss off, Ned. That's not even my full name. Isn't it, Maddie? Jay said it was, and he never lies. He never said that. Well, no. But it was worth a try. A try at what? Catch me off balance? Some shit along those lines? Mate, I'm so off balance right now that a light breeze would knock me over my ass. Knock me head over ass. Don't push me. Hey, this mint julep is great. Just wanted to contribute that to the conversation. So, you catch the game last night? Yes. I know that Carlton beat Collingwood. Again. I was wondering if this Australian game was going to make AFL references. And there it is. I don't care. Oof. Just making polite conversation. You should try it sometime. Maybe. Not for you, though. You've never come in during daylight hours before. What do you want? Nothing much. I'd like to talk to Jay at some point, but it can wait, seeing as he's missing. Get shit on Collingwood. Plan on sending out a search party? Might do. It'd be a shame to lose an old friend by letting him wander into some train tracks or something. Jesus, Ned. Yeah, well, shut up. He's upstairs, last I saw. What was the last you saw, Maddie? What was the last you saw, Matt? What? What was the last you saw, Maddie? Tell me. Why are you like this? What was it? Last saw him walking upstairs. So he could be anywhere then. Probably fled the country to dodge the massive time debt you lot are racking up. He can't go far. I've got him on a pretty tight leash. And in regards to the debt... It's not your problem. You must not have heard. Not your problem. Jay! Your dickhead friend Ned is here. Oi. I'm a distinguished gent, not a dickhead. I'll be down in a sec. Yeah, sure, but you also work for the Council of Death. So even if you are a distinguished gent, it cancels out. Is the Council of Death like a normal city council? Except for wherever dead people live? Yeah, but the only trash that needs to be collected is right in front of me. This guy? Me? No. You. You're the trash, Ned. The trash is you. It's you. Ned the trash man from hell. Because councils pick up trash. Oh, bam! That's the joke. Oh, cool. He's even got a head shaped like a rubbish bin. It's totally fitting. I'm not from hell. I don't care. And to be clear, Ned, in case we weren't already, you are the trash. Yeah, I get it. You know how long Che's going to be? Dunno. He was busy upstairs with Ashley. Yeah, and I had to hide like 5 steak knives from her. I didn't even know we had 5 steak knives. Be quiet there, mate. How long you've been sitting there? Doesn't matter. Well, your employee's being very rude to me. So if you'd heard any of that... I keep trying to tell him. My employee? Yes. We have some catching up to do. I don't follow. Did she quit? Did you fire her for gross incompetence? I don't like Ned. Ha! Far from it. There's been a bit of a shake-up in the cafe's management structure since you last visited. Oh no. Don't tell me you gave her the whole thing. Okay, I won't tell you. I tried to tell you before, man. Hey, does anyone else like mint juleps? Because this is great and I'm nearly done, but also my tongue is numb and I'm wondering what the deal is with that. I like Kashan. Was there something you wanted to discuss? I need a drink before we go through all that. Sure. The usual. Yes, please. Man, that was tense. That was so tense. The fucking shade these two are throwing. Man, yeah, no, that was... What a fucking dickhole. Yeah, no, 100%. How come... How come he gets the curly straw? So, Che, spin me a tale of how and why you handed down the cafe to
this person.
Well, every man's got his price.
Can my price be a curly straw too?
Buddy, I'll give you two if it means you'll stop complaining about numb lips.
Yeah, what did you make this with?
I couldn't find half the ingredients, so I put a bunch of guotu and chili seeds. It's got some of the stuff though, so it's a mint julep in spirit, if nothing else.
Does this have any mint or julep in it at all?
It definitely may be lacking mint, and I cannot confirm nor deny the existence of the mythical julep.
You asked for a go-to earlier, though, so there you go.
Mission complete.
Maddie, I'm getting very drunk very fast.
Guotu does that to you.
I'm probably saying that completely wrong, by the way.
Also, I need to double check if my stream is okay.
Dude. Yeah, why is my webcam being so, like, clicky? Might turn off my webcam. That seems to have fixed it. Fixed it? Fixed it. Yeah, it seemed to fix it. Here, I think you should have a little lie down. I'll get you some water.
I'm as strong as an ox. I don't need to lie down.
Kashan, my dude, you absolutely need to get horizontal as soon as possible. You can sober up in one of the booths out the back. It's nice and quiet over there.
I'll fight.
No, you won't. Up you get, mate.
Bloody hell. It would have been helpful if you told me about this before.
Probably. I'm not worried about it.
Maddie knew that she was getting into with this whole cafe situation. And it's natural it might take a while for her to get the hang of running a business. Bloody hell. Bit of a dog's dinner though, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. It'll get better. Like I said, not worried about it.
Well, you might want to hold your judgment on that for the moment. I am, unfortunately, here on official business.
Oh. I shouldn't have given you the straw then.
No, you shouldn't have. I look quite silly.
Want me to get rid of it?
It's just Maddie. You won't use it to derail our conversation or make me look like a fool or anything like that.
Straw? No, I'll get you one after you have a nap. You can sip the water like a normal person. I'll put it with the dirty dishes then.
Righto.
The sacrifices are made for this job.
Hey, you met me through it. It can't be all that bad.
That was bloody 100 years ago.
Man, really? Man, really?
Longer.
Time flies when you're immortal, huh?
Quasi-mortal. This old rust bucket's still got an expiry date somewhere down the line.
What's this about immortality?
Hey, you should buy more plants.
Shut up. Sorry, continue. Immortality?
Nothing that I'd trust you with, that's for sure.
Aw, don't you want to see crotchy old me being rude to youngsters in 100 years?
Truly, I don't. The far future doesn't need amateur necromancers.
Your loss. So, you two heading upstairs?
Actually, Ned does in fact have some fairly important business to discuss with you.
Oh?
It's about the debt you owe to the council. Yeah, I know. What about it? Oh, the fucking shorts, mate. Come on. Batty. It's time. You owe us over 600 hours. Jay signed a contract. The hours or the cafe. You owe the cafe. You own the cafe. So you own the debt. And tonight, I've come to collect. Wait, what? What is happening? There's a music video in the middle of the game. I was not expecting this. This is cool. Wait, was that whole bit the prologue? Was that all the setup for the actual game? We've been going for nearly 2 hours. Oh my god. This is gonna take us forever. Oh no. Oh, that's fun. Oh yay, robots again.
That was kind of intense. Do they do that often? The song and dance thing? Yeah, what do they think they are? Some sort of anime street gang? What sort of self-obsessed jerk has their own theme song? Don't be a downer, pal. No, I was talking about the dramatic encounter. Oh, between Maddie and Ned? Yes. Yeah, they've got chemistry. Not the romantic kind, the explosive kind. Can't leave them in the same room together or they'll kill each other. Bad history? Maddie's just a serially troublesome person from Ned's perspective. Doesn't help that she can't stop herself from pulling pranks on him. No, I suppose not. I mean, he doesn't make it easy either. I don't think he's used to having his authority questioned. She really gets under his skin. Wasn't he a famous criminal? And therein lies the irony of the situation. Wait, is it actually Ned Kelly? Is that what they're saying? If though, that's insane. What a strange world we live in. It's a long prologue. Holy shit! I know, right? But you have to admit that was a pretty cool. Intro. All right, so we get some more. Okay. So here's what I noticed. Is that as we go through each segment, every now and then a character will have a word in their text that's yellow. Gotta pump up all the Aussie and they can. Yeah, no, that's why we got Dog's Dinner. Yeah, and so when you go, because yeah, there was a memory fragment that was shaped in the shape of Ned, and he said Dog's Dinner, so we're probably going to get that. I think we're going to go with, and so if we want to unlock certain memories, in the cafe, we got to click words that are related to certain things. All right, so we'll go game, quantum, housemates. What else? Bourbon. Now I've got 2 more. Let's go with Storm and Fled. I don't remember who said each of those, but we're about to find out. Game was won when they were talking about AFL. What do you mean game was won? Alright, so it was food. That's really really in your face when it does that. Melbourne. So I got food, Melbourne, magic, food. Oh, it's not. Is it just literally kind of what it slightly refers to? Guests, housemates, Melbourne, then Storm, Melbourne. Alright, well, we got a lot of Melbourne and food in that one. Alright. Have a sippity sip. Alright, let's keep going. Oh, we're upstairs now. Hell yeah. Wait. Let's check this place out. Fuck yeah. Pool. Alright, we had 2 of the things. We don't have all of them. Oh, yes. Please tell me it sings. Right. Yeah, so I think we still don't have many, like, combinations. Delicate operation. Ashley stepped behind the counter and winced as the floor creaked under her feet. Maddie was nowhere to be seen, but Maddie did possess a remarkably sharp sense of hearing. Luckily, the cafe was empty as Ashley... Alright, so this unlocks the rest of it. Oh, we don't have everything for this yet. Unfortunate. This is such a cool cafe. No, we don't have enough for this one either. Is there anything here that we can pick up? History of Germany. I can't read what that is. Physics. We've got... What does that say? Can't read. Medical dictionary. Alright, I was looking for some Easter eggs. So it doesn't seem to be any. Maddie's box. Yep, nothing for that. Keep the balance. Oh, we can just straight up unlock. You are overdue this week, said Ned. He tapped the list of rules that Maddie kept posted on the door. This 24-hour rule. Are you sure you've been enforcing it? Alright, I guess that's the next chapter then. If there's anything else. No. It's a very, very Melbourne meets, kind of Asian influence sort of kind of cafe design, which I dig. So in the dialogue, game was yellow. Yes. No, in the dialogue, the game was yellow. When Ned was like, did you catch the game last night? Yes. Yes, they were... Yeah, game was one of the yellows. Yep. Alright. Here we go. You were overdue this week, said Ned. He tapped the list of rules that Maddie kept posted by the door. This is the 24-hour rule. Are you sure you've been enforcing it? I think I know. I think how we run things around here is none of your business, said Maddie. Actually, it's absolutely my business, said Ned. In fact, keeping the rules is basically my only business. That's kind of what the word enforcer means. I'm supposed to scold you for breaking the rules. So audit me. Fine, said Ned. Let me check your ledger. We don't keep a ledger, said Maddie. Well, maybe you should, said Ned. Lots of places do. It's a great system. You have someone stand at the door and have them mark down whenever someone comes in or leaves. Then you will forcibly evict people who are overstaying their welcome. I'm amazed that you don't have a system like that in place. Some people overstay their welcome, other people understay it, says Jay. Oh, said that in the wrong accent, but oh well. There's no need to strictly keep track of how long people stay, right? Just maintain the balance. You're right, said Ned. All that matters is maintaining the balance. So maintain the balance, because when you don't, then we have a problem. We're a bit short-staffed to have someone acting as a full-time doorman, said Maddie. Figure it out, said Ned. He tapped the board listing the rules. Change 24 hours to 23 hours. When you say 24 hours, people think you just colloquially mean one day and they don't pay attention to the specific time. When you say 23 hours, people actually have to keep track of what time it is. That would be fine, said Che, except for the part where you're cutting time of people's stay. Trust me, said Ned. Anyone would go right up to the limit is probably going to go over it. 23 hours is going to mean 23 hours plus an extra 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour plus however long it takes to finish their drink. And if they leave in less than 24 hours, who gives a shit? I give a shit, said Che. You're right, you should give a shit, said Ned. In fact, you should celebrate whenever you manage to scooch someone out of here in under 24 hours, because the balance is upset and you've got to correct it. You can either correct the balance 1 hour at a time, or the council can come in here and repossess some souls. Or we can find someone who knows how to manage this property responsibly. He turned to Che. Come on, buddy. I don't want to have to take this place away from you. That would be quite the escalation, said Maddie. Well, you're already on the first level of escalation, which is a stern talking to, said Ned. Let's try not to escalate it any further. Che sighed. Well, Maddie cut him off. We'll change the rule to 23 hours. Okay? Buzz off. Wow, really? Said Ned. Well, okay then. And while you're rewriting the signs, you should also take the green tea frappuccino off the menu. Frapp should be for coffee, not tea. Done, said Maddie. Wait, really? Said Ned. Damn, I didn't realize you were so open to feedback. Also, that caramel, we'll take it under advisement, said Maddie, placing a hand on Ned's chest and physically pushing him towards the door. Hold up, said Ned. What are you doing? Removing an unwanted guest, said Maddie. I need the practice if we're going to start enforcing those rules you care about so much. Now said Ned, as he continued backpedaling to stay upright. Look, you could just... Bye, said Maddie, as Ned crossed the threshold out of the cafe and Maddie shut the door in his face. She turned around, leaning her back against the door inside. Che raised an eyebrow. You're serious about the rule change? Yeah, said Maddie. I'll change the sign and the menu after we close tonight. Wait, really? The rule changes to keep him off our back, said Maddie. And the menu thing? I've been meaning to take that off anyway, said Maddie. The kind of menu item that attracts the worst sort of people. Well, okay, said Che. Though I do think we should change the rule back to 24 hours after things have had enough time to balance out. Of course, said Maddie. Wouldn't want to upset the balance too far in the opposite direction. What would we do with all that extra time anyway? Okay, so just reading the chat again. Brendan says, when Ned was like, did you oh, right, we already read that. So why is this dude so concerned with the amount of time someone stays there? I might have missed some stuff earlier. Oh, okay, so Brendan, so basically how it works is that when a person dies, they only have 24 hours until they're meant to pass on to the next place. So the cafe acts kind of like purgatory, I guess, in a little way. But if you stay for longer than 24 hours, then some particular people get upset about it, and that's the Council of Death. And if anyone stays over their 24 hours in their cafe, the cafe then takes on that debt. So that's how it works. Missy says, I mean, it's basic human nature to not want to die, so it's understandable that people won't want to pass over. Yeah, no, it makes complete sense. All right, well, oh. Okay, so we got to... All right, we're up to the next chapter, but let me just double check if we have any of these. Nope, we don't have any of them. I imagine we won't have any of the, we won't have everything for a while. Alright. Gotcha, yeah. Is there another one here? Yes. Oh, we have them all. I want to see what this is. Authentic Australian lamingtons. Is this literally just a recipe? Ingredients. 200 grams of butter. 1 cup of caster sugar. 5 ml of vanilla extract. 3 Mallee-fowl eggs. 500 grams of self-raising flour sifted. It is literally just... It is quite literally just a recipe. Fantastic. All right. Let's skip through this. Because my voice can only take so much. No gluten-free option. Okay. This one. We don't have them all. Okay. Righto. Oh, hello. I'm going to save quickly. I'm not going to... Oh, wait. Okay, no. So we did finish the first chapter. No, we've done 2 chapters. So we've done the prologue and we've done 2 chapters. It just so happens that the title card was immediately after the second chapter. But yeah, I didn't end up saving. Save? Save? I want to save. How do I save? I don't know how to save. Alright. Turn to game. Return. Alright, here we go. Lamingtons are fucking hard to make. Yes, they are. At home, anyway. Oh, it's so warm right now. It's Kashan. Day 2, 12 PM. The terminal. What? Rise and shine. Don't wanna. You shouldn't waste your hours on Earth sleeping. Man, I was hoping that I was having a really long, weird dream. Sorry. No such luck. I'm still having trouble getting my head around it. I totally understand. Want a coffee? I like this music. Oh, basement. Yeah, that was ominous. Just something simple. Hipster coffee coming right up. What's going on downstairs? I didn't even know you had a downstairs. There's more to this place than meets the eye. Maddie's down there, desperately trying to fix our debt situation. Sounds like she's hosting a cage match or something. Well, not exactly. But she's mentioning wanting to do that. There's some wrestler called the Red Comet that she wouldn't stop talking about for a while. And then, because of that, Ashley got obsessed with wrestling for a bit and kept trying to suplex me. Did she, manage to do it? He's tiny. A couple of times. Missy says, I wonder if the time that the crew spend actually running the cafe is counted in their debt. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm still of the opinion that Che, Ashley, and Maddie are all dead. And they're living off borrowed time. Ha! It was very humiliating. I can imagine. I can imagine. But to properly answer your question, Maddie's running a gambling ring. Downstairs? All by herself? It's a fairly unconventional one. And by unconventional, you mean mortals generally aren't involved. The stakes are higher than usual. Oh. Coffee's ready. Come over and get it. Stretchy, stretchy. Like, up, there we go. There we go. I was right. Well, they get about the borrowed time, essentially. They gamble for time. Oh. They gamble for time, among other things. You don't sound like you're a huge fan of the idea. I'm not. It's undignified. I mean, as long as Maddie's not in danger, shouldn't it be fine? The council doesn't like it. They turn a blind eye because we don't cause trouble otherwise. But I'd rather not have to worry about bad things coming our way. Because Maddie refuses to approach the problem from a different angle. And by the problem, you mean the debt, yeah? I was pretty drunk, but I think I remember Maddie storming off after Ned turned up. Yeah. I'm a bit worried about her. Wish I could help. You all seem pretty nice. The thought's appreciated. Maddie will figure it out, eventually, though, I'm sure. She just needs time. Hey, thanks for the coffee, by the way. I just realized you haven't actually made me pay for a bunch of them. How'd you expect to pay for them? Oh, right. I imagine that if you want to unlock some of the other stuff, you have to pay attention to the context of the yellow words. True. Although I thought it was just that whichever character kind of said them. But I guess there's a little bit more to it than that. I mean, Che has mentioned he's dead. Maddie told... Wait, did Che say that he was dead? Maddie told Kashan that he wasn't dead. Ash is undecided. Oh, right. Okay. Missy says undisclosed. I should say unless it was mentioned while I was made lunch. Oh no, if he said if Che said he was dead, I haven't picked up on that. I didn't pick up on that. Oh right. Yep, no cash. If I were feeling particularly just skip that one. I'd ask you to pay in time. But you're a nice kid. You need every minute you've got. Want to head downstairs? I can see your eyes darting to the stairs. I'm not going down, but I'm also not going to stop you. Yeah, that's okay. Go on then. I'll stick up around here. Catch you in a bit. The stairs that led down to the basement were solid and well worn, with smooth ruts on each step and a handrail that had been polished to a silky sheen through years of use. Kashan had always liked stairwells. People never lingered in them for long, and he found them to be a good place to catch a breather. He wasn't obsessed with them,
That'd be weird. But he definitely appreciated a nice set of stairs. On further reflection, it was probably a little weird. Downstairs, Maddie's audience clamored for blood. From you to me, with the understanding that your remaining moments on this plane are limited, you surrender this time freely, without coercion, as agreed. Contract fulfilled, you're free to go. You. That's 3 in a row, you bloodthirsty bastards. The crowd cheered. Maddie was clearly an expert at winding them up into a frenzy. Who's next? The room fell dead silent. Brendan says, so I'm curious if you pick gambling, does it unlock as Maddie or Che? Since Che said it, but it was about Maddie. And I guess you can have a look at the symbols you need for the other sections. Try to work backwards from there. Yeah, no, interesting. Yeah, no, that's what I was trying to do on the last one, but apparently not. Come on, isn't anyone here brave enough to challenge me? I thought you came here to play with knives, you pansies. Seriously, anyone? Don't hold out on me. Do I need to pick someone out from the crowd then? Is this what we've come to? Maddie's gaze swept the audience. Kashan, good to see you upright. Interested in a game of skill? Of me? Yes, you. Oh, sure. Give me some enthusiasm, my man. Sure. What's the game? 5-finger fillet. Some of the people in here just call it the knife game. You heard of it? Oh, finally something I'm good at. Episode 3, Rise and Shine. Yeah, this is, it's got very dark very quickly. You've got a lot of knives in this place. Tell me about it. Damn, this thing has a good weight to it. Of course, I wouldn't make you compete with an inferior tool. Ha! What? Sorry, I was waiting for you to segue into calling me an inferior tool. Shit, that was a low-hanging fruit, wasn't it? Next time, mate. Sure. Kashan did another experimental slash, and this time, it made an audible whoosh. The spectators oohed and ahed. But this wasn't for them. He knew that he only had one shot to get accustomed to the blade. You done showing off? Nothing wrong with putting on a little show. Sounds like you're stalling for time. Getting cold feet, perhaps? Psh, not a chance. Brendan says, what symbol do you need for the other sections? Or maybe it's more efficient to try and get one of each. I honestly don't know. And I think I'll probably just wing it, to be honest. Like, I'll try and get some of the things that I think I don't have. And I'm still getting familiar with all of them. And we've got a whole other act to go. But, yeah, I'll probably just wing it, to be brutally honest. Let's get started then. You know what you're wagering? Jay mentioned something about you gambling with time. Not gambling if it's a game of skill. But that's beside the point. We're both wagering 4 hours. If you win, it comes from the cafe's balance. If I win, it comes from yours. Okay, so this is interesting. This is interesting. Because Maddie definitely seems like the kind of character that cares. But she's giving off some very sinister vibes right now. And I kind of like it. Pick the words that call to me? I will. I will pick the words that call to me. The ones that speak to me. To me. Anyway. You've got around 16 hours left. In case you weren't keeping track. Shit, only that many? Want a little extra time to play with then? Hell yes. Let's stop wasting it and get this over with. You sure you know what you're getting into? Most people are pretty shy about playing with the time they have left, especially when their tank's running as empty as yours. Yep, come on. Unless you're getting cold feet. Hardly. You've got 30 seconds. Smack the timer when you're ready. This is getting cool. I mean, it was already cool. Jesus. The crowd cheered as Kashan fed off their enthusiasm. So fuck that up. In response, Maddie leaned back and tapped her finger on the table, feigning impatience. He met her eyes, grinned, and continued his performance. His stabbing motion got faster as he went, the point narrowly missing each of his fingers. Stabs, strong enough to drive the knife a millimeter or two into the table, were good if you wanted to put on a show, and of course, giving the spectators a show was part of the fun. You might be going fast enough to put on a show, but you're not going fast enough to win. How did I do? 16 sets, if I counted correctly. Whoa. I couldn't do 16. That's how many Manny beat me with. She gonna lose? Nah, she's gotta kick his ass. Feeling good about the result? Certainly am. Rightio then. Watch closely. Oh, I will. 16. 1, 3, 7, 11, 15. What did she get? That was weird. She's unbeatable. Is it magic? She could cheat if she wanted to. Definitely not. She's just that good. Poor guy, he didn't even know what he was getting into. Sorry, mate. You beat me fair and square. I'm pretty impressed. I aim to please. I'll be taking those hours now, if you don't mind. Yeah, sure. How does this work? Just like this. You won't feel a thing. Kashan felt a brief tightness in his chest, and for just a moment, the tip of Maddie's finger burned white hot. Ow! Shit! Someone in the crowd laughed. Sorry, I lied. It's done now, though. Alright. Does anyone else dare to compete with me? Come on, looking for some actual decent opposition here. I'll take any challenge. Even if it's chess or something. Any challenge? I challenge you. Oh shit. I challenge you. To get everyone a drink. Rounds on me. I didn't realize you were watching. There wasn't anything happening upstairs, and I got bored. Right. So, you took some hours from Kashan, right? Yes, I did. Do you feel bad about that? Do you feel good about that? Sorry. Chai. Do you? I won them fair and square. He didn't know what he was getting into. There's an obvious power imbalance. Okay, that's probably a necromancy symbol with that yellow. With those yellow words. There's an obvious power imbalance here that you're exploiting. He knew the rules. That doesn't change anything. You led him to believe that he gets some extra time. And, barring a miracle on his part, that absolutely wasn't going to happen. It doesn't matter. He's just passing through. A couple hours won't make any difference. Maddie, I'm disappointed in you. Our patron respects us. We need to earn that respect by treating them with respect ourselves. This is not respectful or dignified. Cheating vulnerable passers through out of their time. We're above that. We're better than that. I don't care what you think it's whether you think it's dishonest or not. I want you to give that poor man his time back. Don't pout. This is serious. I feel like a broken record saying this. But while I understand that your intentions are good, you can't keep doing these things. It's all for you. If you really want to do this for me, find another way. This isn't worth it, Maddie. It breaks my heart to see you like this, and I know that you're trying your hardest. But this really, truly isn't worth sacrificing your own self-respect over. Everyone here respects you, but you gambling with ours just cheapens that. I'll give the hours back. Shame. I was pretty great with the knife. Still not as good as me. I was pretty close. I'm waiting for the moment that they're just gonna like, you know, they're very much alluding to that. Now, fuck. Missy not being as subtle as I was trying to be. That was cool. That was a cool moment. I really like these characters. I like Che. He's really cool. Yeah, we got the robots again. Lovelace. Yes. What form did you have before you being reborn? I think I was a crab. Come on, I'm being serious. Ashley wouldn't harvest spirit liquid from a crab. You're assuming an awful lot about how squeamish she is. As far as I can remember, I lived above streets, next to the sky. So, a bird then? Wings and feathers and such? No, not that. I do remember flying, though. Oh, were you a sugar glider? Describe. Did you eat insects and tree sap and flower nectar? That is familiar. Wonder how Ashley found you, then. Could have been anything, really. You mentioned bright lights earlier. Oof. Yeah, I'm thinking you got hit by a car. That seems likely. Is that bad? I mean, you are here now, so... whether you like it or not. Shut up. I'm still adjusting. Did we already finish another episode? That went quick. The tension too thick to be dissipated by some simple smooches. Very true. All right. Okay, so what do we want? We I want some... We don't have any Maddie symbols. I wonder if gambling is one of hers. I'm going to go with gambling. Power imbalance sounds cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. But we're going to get most of these words. This has to be like a necromancy one, right? Contract? Yeah, I'm thinking contract as well. Yeah, gambling should be Maddie. I think we've got plenty of Kashan. Or we've at least got some. Yeah, white hot and sleeping are definitely Kashan. Suplex. With extra time. There's only 2 that we're not doing, and I think we'll go with white hot for Kashan and then maybe luck for the last. There we go. I forget what I just clicked. But that's magic. We got a magic. Death. We don't have any death, so that's good. That's what I mean. Like, some of them seem obvious, so if I... Yeah, see, I clicked gambling. It's the terminal. It wasn't Maddie at all. It's kind of hard to tell what the... Got Che. I don't think we had a Che before. Oh, we've got a couple terminals. That's good. Magic again. Extra time? Hey, we finally got a Maddie. Finally. Did someone say suplex? Hey! How you doing, Aqua? Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. We are playing Necrobarista, an Australian game about a cafe that services both the living and the dead. And it has a whole kind of lore about the dead only have 24 hours to move on to the next place. And if they go over time, the cafe takes the debt. So yeah, nah, it's a cool game. It's one of those I forget what the actual like genre is called, but it's just purely narrative. It's not really much of a gameplay game, if that makes sense. We do have these moments where we can Fight Club. We do have these moments where we can walk around, but Beth. We have all of them from this. Alright, so these things here to unlock, they're just story memory fragments. I don't know yet if they're integral to the story. Ooh. Oh, it's the milk robot. We don't have all of these yet. But this is cool. I'm really enjoying this. Especially now that things are the story's really starting to progress. And that last episode was really, really cool. What do we got here? We got all of these. Rotten Poppy. Maddie opened a herb jar inside as she examined the contents. Rotten. Let's go. Let's unlock this one. Why not? Yeah, these are just text-based memories. Maddie opened a herb jar inside as she examined the contents. Rotten. She began pouring them down the sink. I hate poppy seeds, she muttered to herself. I won't tolerate that kind of hate speech here, said Che. Too bad the rules aren't yours to make, old man, said Maddie. You should have thought of that before you handed me the keys. I could help you get the keys back, said Ash. Oh, I could help you get the keys back, said Ashley. I've got a magnetic grabber that... The keys are a metaphor, Maddie, said Maddie. They're not some kind of magical talisman that grants ownership over an establishment. But there is a magical talisman that grants ownership over the establishment? Asked, wait, what? I'm very confused as to who's talking. Yeah, said Maddie. Called a deed. And this deed entitles me to certain privileges such as expressing my hatred for poppy seeds. Eat is not good for the soul, said Che. Hatred corrupts the soul. Hey, I'm new here, said Kashan. But, are you talking literally? Does hatred actually corrupt the soul? No. Hatred does not corrupt the soul, said Maddie. Nor will poppy seeds, despite being a distant cousin of the bay leaf. It's a good thing, says Che, because Maddie's soul is full of hate. Trust me, I've seen the ultrasound. Once again, as the new guy, I gotta ask, are you talking literally? No, hatred does not show up on an ultrasound, said Maddie. And I'm assuming that the only thing about bay leaves corrupting the soul is also a metaphor. Oh no, said Maddie. That part was entirely literal. Yeah, if there was just a thing that, like a dash next to each thing of text, so that I at least know that it's a different person talking, that would actually help. Bay leaves absorb bitterness. You always remove the bay leaf from something before eating it. Bitterness is in figurative bitterness? I was talking literally in the sense that bay leaves absorb figurative bitterness. Oh my god. But yes, they also absorb literal bitterness. I am so confused right now, said Che. Yeah, me too, man. Just don't absorb a bay leaf into your soul and you'll be fine, said Maddie. It's not the kind of thing that happens accidentally. Are you sure? Said Kashan. Because I think I have accidentally ingested a bay leaf one time. My friend's grandma made this big pot of chili. The soul is not connected to your digestive tract, said Maddie. It's not your gut. So unless you're inhaling your food, it's not going to be a problem. My poor brain. Yeah, don't worry, Aqua. So the main game, these are like memory segments that you unlock as you play. So these aren't the actual game. Well, it is, but it's not like the main story. So unless you're inhaling your food, it's not going to be a problem. Again, said Kashan. New guy here. Soul, respiratory system. That's a thing? Oh yeah, said Maddie. Why do you think people are so into burning herbs and inhaling them? You always assume that was just how. I don't know exactly how cannabis works, but it's like psychoactive. What? Said Maddie. No, not that herb. Like people who burn incense. Huh, said Kashan. That's something new. That's why you always have to watch out for when herbs go bad. Someone might actually inhale some of them. Yet another reason to hate poppy seeds and their short shelf life. Kashan's eyes narrowed. How long does it take for poppy seeds to go bad? These went bad in a matter of months, said Maddie. A matter of months? Said Kashan. How many months are we talking here? Maybe 30? Kashan did some counting on his fingers. 30 months is 2.5 years, if I'm not mistaken. Che piped up. You left that jar of poppy seeds for 2.5 years? Maddie nodded. As I said, a number of months. 30 is a number. 30 is an injustice, said Che. Have you not touched poppy seeds in all this time? People don't actually like poppy seeds, said Maddie. People just like the muffins they come in. If you give them the muffin without the poppy seeds, they'll like it even more. Poppy seeds just make everything worse. People love poppy seeds, said Che. Me, for instance. I have a great love for the humble poppy. Really, said Maddie. Then how is it that you've never touched this jar of poppy seeds in the last 30 or so months? It's been sitting here on the spice shelf. Hey, and it's Manda! Hey, Manda! How you doing? You getting any sleep? Are you gonna crash on me again? It's all good. You need to sleep. How you doing? Welcome to Necrobarista, the game where you play as the owner of a cafe shop that serves both the living and the dead. And the... Fuck off, Maddies. You're so wrong. Yeah, no, poppy seeds are pretty good. I like poppy seeds. But yes, and in this game, feeling like death, probably. Well, you've come to the right game. But yes, the concept of this game is that it's a cafe that serves the people who are dead, and they're in the process of moving on to the next place. But they only have 24 hours. They have 24 hours between when they have died in the are in the cafe, and then have to move on. And if they go over 24 hours, then the cafe takes on their tab, essentially. They take on the debt of the extra time. So that's the whole kind of concept of the game. Evidently, during the past 30 months, I found things I've enjoyed more than the humble poppy seed. I am offended by the idea that you would discriminate against such a lowly and unpretentious food item. You like the idea of poppy seeds, said Mandy. You like the idea of an herb that comes in discrete units called seeds so that you don't have to wonder about how much a sprig is. It's something that you can picture as opposed to cumin, that you wouldn't recognize even if you said it on your tongue, or rosemary, which you probably forgot was a spice and which you couldn't tell from time. When you see me disposing of poppy seeds, it pains you because it's something you can conceptualize. Man, Maddie has really thought this through. If I told you that I hate cumin and had to flush a bunch of it down the sink, would you be bothered by that? Probably not, said Shay. So really, it is not I who am discriminating against the poppy seed. It is you who is discriminating against non-poppy seed spices. Isn't that just a normal barista? Yes, it is. Easy to confuse people who haven't had caffeine yet with people who are actually dead. Yeah, and I think that's kind of the point. There is no reason for us to have poppy seeds anywhere in this cafe. People claim they want them, but you can go years without ever serving up a single poppy seed and no one will notice its absence. A woman wearing a loose green sweater walked up to the counter. Were you just talking about poppy seeds? Yes, said Maddie. We're all out. Oh, that's too bad, said the woman. I was hoping you might have a don't say muffin, thought Maddie to herself. Don't say anything about poppy seed muffins. A poppy seed muffin, said the woman. My grandmother was really fond of them. Jay grinned as Maddie tried to avoid cringing. The woman in the green sweater said, They used to be part of the standard muffin trifecta, chocolate, blueberry, poppy seed. I always wondered why cafes stopped serving poppy seed muffins. I wonder, said Maddie aloud. It's been so long since I've tasted one, said the woman. Years, I'm guessing, said Maddie. Yeah, it's been years, said the woman. That's funny. I don't know this game, but Maddie is a judgmental bitch. Just wait, Manda. Just wait. Just wait. So I was just explaining to Aqua. These are memory segments. They're kind of like an add-on to the actual stories. It's like side story snippets. But now that we've done that, let's go back to the main game. So this is the story that it's asking me to read. Kishan's footsteps echoed in a way that startled him. Were his footsteps always so loud? Perhaps it was just the contrast with the surrounding environment, which seemed to be completely silent. That made his footfalls seem so jarringly loud as he walked along the catwalk. He was on a catwalk. Why was he on a catwalk? There seemed to be a gaping space below him, filled with some sort of mist that he couldn't see through. It was fog-like, and yet despite the fog that lapped at his feet, the air felt so dry. The air was thick here. As he breathed heavily, Kishan felt an overwhelming sweet, sickly odor, like the smell of wet or rotting wood. But all he could see around him were steel beams and a concrete path in front of him. Was it rust he was smelling? No, he knew the smell of rust. This was different. The smell was somehow organic, like the smell of a forest after a fresh rainfall. Kishan shivered. Far in the distance, he could see what looked like a building of some sort, so far away that it made the structure he was inside feel almost tunnel-like, as if its only purpose was to convey him to that distant building. Oh, is this the moment Kishan died, and how he found himself in the cafe? He continued walking forward, but as he walked, the building seemed to be growing more and more distant. Excuse me. He continued walking forward, but as he walked, the building seemed to be growing more and more distant. He quickened his pace, and as he walked faster, he could feel himself moving through the thick, stifling air. Yet as he looked down, he could see the texture of the catwalk in front of him unchanged, as though he were walking in place. Kishan started to turn backward, but saw only a blinding light. His eyes immediately shut, and when he opened them, he was facing into the tunnel, with the distant building at the center of his field of view. He tried turning around, but every time he tried to turn his head, his eyes involuntarily shut at the sight of the light, and he was forced to close his eyes or look away, always confronted again with the sight of the small hut when he opened his eyes. His heart pounded violently inside of his chest. The tunnel was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat, feel his own pulse inside of his head. But something about this place felt deeply, incredibly wrong. Get back. I have to get back. He tried turning again, and this time found himself unable to even begin rotating his body before his eyes snapped shut, placing him again in a world of darkness until he opened them again and was confronted with the sight of the small hut in the distance, now looking more far away than ever. I have to get back. Kashan kept facing the building and took a step backward. As he placed his foot on the ground, he felt a gust of wind knock him forward. He let out a yelp of terror. Instinctively, his hands reached for the opposite edges of the catwalk as he fell, trying to steady himself for fear of falling off. The catwalk was wide enough that his body didn't land close enough to the edge for that to have been a risk. And yet, as he looked toward the edge, he felt a growing sense of dread that there was something down there that would capture him if he allowed it to catch even the smallest hold of him. Almost as he thought it, he felt the sensation of something pressing against his legs. He stumbled to his feet. He ran forward. The hut ahead of him seemed to grow no closer as he ran, but he ran all the same, running not to reach a destination, but to be away from whatever it was that was behind him. Moments ago, his only thought was an overwhelming desire to turn back, a worry that he was somehow trapped in here. But now, the worry was replaced with an overwhelming sense of dread that propelled him forward. He had been pushed forward by something. Something was behind him. Kashan leaned forward and ran. He was no runner. He often found himself winded when forced to climb more than one flight of stairs. And yet he ran and felt no sense of tiredness holding him back. No need to catch his breath. Maybe it was the thick air here that somehow never allowed him to run out of breath. Maybe it was that the fear of whatever it was behind him was that strong. Kashan felt the air stinging at his eyes as he ran. By now he was running so fast that the thick air felt like a hot wind on his face. Tears began running down his face, but he couldn't find it in him to raise a hand. To wipe out his eyes, that would mean slowing his sprint. So he closed his eyes, fully aware that he was running down a catwalk that had no handrail on either side. At this point, he didn't care. He ran and ran. Long after the tears on his face had dried, Kashan realized that he could hear only the sound of his own feet as they struck the catwalk. He couldn't hear the rush of wind, even as it seemed to buffet his face. There were no sounds of anyone, or anything, pursuing him. Perhaps there was no pursuer at all. He allowed himself to open his eyes and look down. He looked over his shoulder. This time, there was no blinding light, only a distant glow, like the light at the end of a long tunnel. In a way, it was the light at the end of a long tunnel, and in observing the dim blur of the distant light, I think that's meant to say glow? Kashan suddenly realized just how far he had run. He turned around and saw the building right in front of him. It had windows that were covered with the same fog that covered the ground around him. Kashan reached for the door handle. He half expected it to be locked, and felt a moment of panic as the handle bowed under the pressure of his hand. Was he ready to face whatever was on the other side of that door? Did he even want to enter? Did he have a choice? What was it that awaited him inside of this building? Answers, or more baffling questions?
Kashan looked down the tunnel and suddenly felt cold. Whatever this place was, he needed to escape it. And the only form of egress that seemed available to him was the door of this building. He leaned on the handle and felt the door swing open. Interesting. I don't know what that means. I thought it was him getting to the cafe, but maybe it's after. Maybe it's when he's actually leaving. I'm not sure. Oh, there's a cellar. And also, I think we're playing as Kashan, walking around, maybe? I don't know. I think... Let's just go straight. We've done enough reading. Let's go back to the actual action. Continue? Yes. Missy says, I haven't had a poppy seed muffin. They're good, though. They are good. I do like a poppy seed. I think I prefer poppy seeds over sesame seeds, to be honest. And there's Kashan. For those of you who have recently joined us and haven't seen anything yet. Day 2, 5 p.m. Outside the terminal. You alright? Yeah, I guess. Cool. Mind if I join you? Go for it. Durry? Fuck, of course I would use that word. You want a durry? I'm sorry, Durry. Cough it now. Cigarette. You want to smoke or nah? Oh, right, of course. Yeah, sure. Sorry, it's been a weird day. I'm going to turn the music up because this is really, really cool. Thanks. No worries. Where you from then? Eh? You're the first to ask. I live in Collingwood. Of course you do. Oh yeah? Whereabouts? Smith Street? Bit pricey up there these days, isn't it? Bet you like your avo toast. Oh, fucking hell. Why do people always have to dig at avocado toast? Ha! Piss off. I've got housemates. Well, nah, I know what you mean. Bit odd. Being dead and all that. Takes some getting used to. Yeah, see, I have no idea what... Oh! Holy shit! I didn't even know I could click on that. I've been missing a whole bunch of detail this whole time. God damn it. Ned certainly knows what it's like to get used to being dead. Fuck. Man, I've been missing a whole bunch of stuff then. People keep saying that, but it doesn't make me feel any better. I understand. Do you? I reckon as much as anyone can, yeah. Right. Hey, what's avocado toast actually taste like? Huh? I've never had it. Aww. Poor Ned. Can't you go out and just eat some? Sure, Maddie could whip it up if you asked. Avocados are a highly malevolent fruit. Don't trust them one bit. What? Plus, I've got this whole situation. Okay. Oh, so that's what the straw was for. You got it. What does it taste like? I don't know. Like avocado and toasted bread. Avocado is kind of cold and mushy, but it's got a good taste. Does it? Does it really? You kind of need like salt and pepper to make it decent. Like peas. Definitely better than mushy peas. I wouldn't say that. I would say peas are better than avocados, definitely. Oh my god, what is this? Bowl of peas. One famous Australian outlaw requested peas with a bowl of wine for his last meal before... Oh! That's interesting. I did not know that. I did not know that. By the way, this is meant to be Ned Kelly. For those of you who weren't aware. What? Because they're the only thing you can eat through a straw. Watch yourself. Look at that face. Where is it? Where is it? Gonna zap me with your death cancel powers? Aqua says, I don't know, I like eating just straight avocado. Really? I don't know, I always feel like I need to add some like salt and pepper to it. First off, it's the Council of Death, not a death council. They're totally different things. Secondly, you really think that's what we do? Walk around shooting lightning out of our fingers? Well, when you put it like that, it sounds a bit silly, yeah. We don't do anything like that. We just keep things running smoothly is all. Harassing cafe owners to settle their time debt isn't something we like to do often. So you just keep the peace? As fucking ironic as that sounds, yeah. Ned keeps the peace. Dude. I know. Want another? Sure. That was a nice moment. There you go. See, here's the thing. Okay, they've done a good job at giving all the characters an immediate giving you an immediate perspective of what they're like. Like Ned was a complete dick when he first showed up, but that's a nice moment for Ned. And then Maddie, with the gambling, just had her low moment. So I like that they all have somewhat redeeming qualities. Oh, and there's Maddie. I love the sunrises here. They're alright. You watch many sunrises, Ned? Not enough, no. Even semi-immortals need their sleep. Semi-immortals, liminal space tends to draw liminal people. I just like to sit here and watch it. Even when it's cloudy or raining, there's just something about watching the sunrise that makes it easier to deal with the coming day. Feeling optimistic all of a sudden? No. I still feel like shit. Huh. How about you, Kashan? Oh, is Kashan leaving? Kashan? I don't feel great. I'm still having a lot of trouble. You guys, I'm dead and I've only got a couple of hours left before I have to go, and I don't think anyone here really probably understand what it's like to see your last sunrise ever without any idea of what comes next, and that is really fucking terrifying. And I am never going to see my friends, or my boyfriend, or my family again. I'm just going to pass on and I'll never know how they'll remember me, or mourn me, or if I'm even going to be remembered as a good dude who tried his best, or if I'll just be forgotten in a year. But that good dude who tried his best couldn't even win a frigging game of five-finger fillet in the basement of a cafe that basically sits on the banks of the Styx as far as I can tell, and God, I can't even tell if that matters. Were the stakes low? High? I can't tell. I'm so disoriented and I am trying so desperately to feel something, but all I feel is that I'm slipping away with every second. I'm losing myself by degrees, and that's incredibly scary, and I don't know how to deal with it. Oh, that was an outburst. Poor Kashan, though. Yeah, fair cop. They actually came out to apologize for that. The game. Oh, for
God's sake, matey, have you been gambling again?
Can it, Ned? Ishan, I shouldn't have taken that time from you. You took it fair and square. I don't feel like I did. I'm giving it back. Believe me, I'm as surprised as you are. I don't usually do this. What's different this time? That's my business.
I can't believe you're still swindling people out of ours to try and fix your debt.
Dude, I know.
It's bloody undignified. And it's a clear violation of the rules, and
I will banish you right now, my man.
I thought you stopped pulling that crap once you took ownership of the cafe from Jay. You really think this is going to help you pay this debt?
Yes, absolutely. And if you've got any bright ideas on how to do it otherwise, I am all ears.
We should never have granted you and Che those licenses to practice.
The actions of reckless necromancers make a pretty good case for the importance of occupational licensing. Ah, there you go.
This shit's fucking deep. I know, right? I like it. I really like it. You've obviously failed to be responsible with them.
You really think we wouldn't be doing it if we didn't have licenses, Bushman? Given your history, the hypocrisy on display here is astounding.
That's all behind me, and you know it. I've been working on doing some good for the last 100 years.
With the council? Really?
Yes, we maintained the balance. You know why that's important.
Sure do. I don't need you moralizing at me for your ivory tower. From your ivory tower. Give it a rest, guys. But I'm pulling the last day on Earth card. Quit it. I'll be inside. Come find me when you want those hours back, Kashan.
For what it's worth. Sorry about all this. I've never been to the other side. I was too afraid to leave. Walked the land for decades, evading the council. That's a crime they call revenancy. Staying too long, upsetting the balance. But in lieu of booting me straight to the next place, or some sort of eternal punishment, the council offered me a job. Sorry, that's all stuff you don't care about.
Fuck, I forgot to click on the yellow words again. Damn it.
Sorry, that's all stuff you don't care about, I suppose. It's interesting enough. Nah, I'm just filling up empty air. You should head inside and grab those hours back.
Truth be told, I'm not feeling especially fond of Maddie right now.
She might have been dishonest with you, but even I can tell she's at the end of a rope. And you might not be able to see it yet, but I think the people in there are fond of you.
You think so?
Maddie wouldn't have offered the hours back if there wasn't something different about you. Plus, that kid Ashley seems to like you, yeah?
Yeah, I guess.
Kinda just dragged me off and got me to hold screwdrivers for her. Trust me, she thinks you're great. Go on. Go inside and say hi. I've got some business to go stick my nose into anyway.
Alright. Catch you in a bit. I've got some questions about the council. I think Ned is a cat supporter, judging off his scarf.
Of course. I won't be out for long.
Let Kashan stay and work? Oh, that would be great. I like Kashan. Later, mate.
I love the music in this game, by the way.
Hey. Yo. You want those hours back?
I guess so. It's only 4 hours. I don't think it'll make much difference. If it's okay,
I'd prefer that you have them. Ashley's been enjoying having you around.
just Ashley?
And me too, I guess.
You seem pretty reluctant to admit that, my dude.
Don't psychoanalyze me. Sit still for a minute. Alright, lay your hand on mine and place your index finger on my wrist.
This is a part of your ritual, or just an excuse to hold hands?
Shut up. Thanks. Watch carefully, and no matter what you do, don't move your hand. There's usually a binding spell I use to make sure that doesn't happen, but I've run out of the regents required and probably don't care about that.
True.
Alright? Yep. I give this time freely and without coercion. As above, so below, I maintain the balance.
Ow!
Maintain the balance. That's it. How do you feel?
I actually feel better.
Feel less itchy?
Yeah, they were talking about, like, when it's time for souls to leave and they're overstaying their welcome, they feel really itchy and uncomfortable.
Yeah, we weren't kidding about that yesterday. As you linger, you begin to upset the balance, and as I understand, it doesn't feel good. Right.
Yeah. Why does Ned get to stick around then? Does he just ignore it?
The Council are a special case. They're more similar to demigods or demons than they are to us. That's fascinating. Tell me about it. I'd have joined ages ago, but they're uptight dicks. They don't seem so bad to me. That's because you've not run into any of their ridiculous rules. Bunch of bloody regulations on manipulating life force and certain standards on the treatment of spirits. Standards. There's got to be a more inclusive term than human rights for all the not quite human entities that are floating around. Is that why you gave me the hours back? Because Ned realized you broke the rules? No. That was all within the guidelines, despite his blustering. I gave them back because I felt bad. That's all. Oh, neat. So you pity me. I love that. I'm actually really into it. No, dude, it's not like that at all. Nah, you don't need to clarify. I get it. Seriously. Last day on Earth. Moving on. Fine, sure. I'm sorry. Sorry, I've got to serve this customer. I'll help. Really? Probably not a two-person job. Two-person job. Sometimes, two people working on a task will be less efficient than one. Sometimes, Kashan doesn't care. Righto. Yep. Come on. Oh, that was nice.
Day 2, 6 p.m. The terminal. So I'm guessing Kashan has until 9 p.m. then. You? Anything else that needs doing? Nah, I'm gonna take this tray of glasses into the kitchen. You can go chill out for a bit. I'll take them. I'll take them. You need the break. Sure. Where's the kitchen? That way. You'll find it eventually. Cool. Back in a minute. What's on your mind, Maddie? What you thinking? Ah, here we go. Here we go. Got some action going.
Your pawns are nothing compared to the raw power of my castles.
Castles. Rook and castle. What is it? It's like an anime when where like the whole show freezes, or it's like the little like snippets in between like scenes, and it like explains stuff about the show.
Castles. Rook and castle both offer protection for defending the team, but rook seems to be more popular. Nothing.
Yeah. What's this then? Boom!
Ah! My castle! Brought low by my own hubris.
No, it was just a pawn. And maybe a little bit of hubris.
Hubris. When Che sees Ashley thriving, it's hard for him to feel like he's doing the wrong thing. Maybe that makes him overconfident. Maybe that makes him just the right of confident.
Bishop. Knight. Ah. Oh, wait.
Ah!
Your other castle. And check.
Check, you say?
Oh. I didn't think of that.
You activated my trap card. Oh, hey, Maddie, come check this out. I tricked him into a false sense of security.
Oh man, that is embarrassing. You seriously let her outmaneuver you that hard? Yeah. I'm very ashamed. I suppose the real hubris was inside me all along.
I freaking love winning. I should try doing this more often.
Chance win at chess. Could grow into a big winning streak, you know?
You want to play something with us?
I should really head back down to the bar. Nobody there. Come on, take a load off. If anyone really needs you, they know where to find you. How about I grab us all a drink, make sure there's nobody waiting down there, then we play something. Won't be 5 minutes.
We're actually gonna come back this time?
You never come back. Aw, Ashley. I'll come back. Promise. Why didn't you pick out a game while I'm gone? Let's find something, Ashley. Let's find something, Ashley. What do you feel like playing today?
Something with lots of dice.
D&D. Please say dice. Please say Dungeons and Dragons. Dice. The past tense of die is died. The plural of die is dice. There you go. Dice it is. We'll see you in a minute, Maddie. 6:15. Ashley's workshop. Ooh, what the fuck is that? Oh, they're totally playing D&D right now. Oh, she's got a robot hand. I never noticed that before. And look, it's Ned, it's the robot, and it's Che.
And that's why the fourth season of Robo Battle was an absolute betrayal.
But you still want to be on it one day?
Yeah.
Unless an indie circuit opens up. Like in wrestling?
Exactly like in wrestling. Melbourne's got a local show. I want something like that.
You could probably put your own local league together if you worked really hard.
Perhaps you could build the robots and get people to battle them?
Human-controlled robots are boring, though. I want to get more of that spirit juice and put together a bigger Ashling.
Spirit juice.
Spirit juice. Veteran necromancers will advise that spirit juice is not something to play around with. Masters know that playing around is the best way to learn.
How big?
I think I'll start at car-sized, then move on to more of a big adjacent form tractor.
I'm not sure we have enough to power one of those. You'd have to get Maddie to source you a large amount of it. We need liters of it at least.
That'd be super cool! Didn't you say it was illegal, though?
Well, technically. But what Ned doesn't know won't hurt him. He'd lose his head if he knew half the things we were doing around here. I don't know. Seems fairly lenient with you, right? He wasn't always like that. A long time before you turned up, he nearly shut me down because oh, wouldn't you believe it? It's because I sheltered a criminal?
Ned nearly shot you down because of that? Am I thinking of the same criminal you are?
Trust me, the irony was apparent. I found it very, very funny.
What sort of criminal were they?
Just a minor demon on the run. Ooh.
Minor demon. Most demons aren't lucky enough to find someone as welcoming as Che, especially the ones that haven't had a chance to make a name for themselves.
I don't know what she did to get a price on her head. Oh shit, fuck.
Oh, I can go back?
That's actually great. I can scroll, if I scroll forward, I go back. That's actually that's a great mechanic to have in this sort of game. I just took her in when she stumbled through the door, dripping blood everywhere. That's metal. It was extremely metal.
How long did you manage to hide her for?
Oh, not long. Maybe 6 weeks. The time flew by, if I'm being honest.
Why's that? Was she from the clock realm?
No, nothing like that. We, bonded. I read that immediately as boned, and that's exactly what he's meaning.
Magically? How'd you do that? I heard you telling Maddie that sort of thing was impossible between beings on this plane.
No, not magically. We were lovers.
Ew! Yuck! Ew!
Happier days. I love hearing about when you were young and reckless. Gosh, what do you think I am now, huh? Old and boring?
You're definitely old.
And despite myself, I must say, you're definitely not boring. There's that patented Maddie charm. Well, you know me, I'm full of them. Oh yeah. Charms. Hexes. Curses. That's all on your account, old man. I won't deny it. Oh, this was a great moment. Hey, Maddie. He's got big feet. Hey, dude. Having trouble finding the kitchen? Yeah, I couldn't. I checked everywhere. It's just behind the bar, man. You can't miss it. I told you, I checked everywhere. Now you're not catching my drift. It's just behind the bar. You can't miss it. Have another look. It'll be there this time. Sometimes you gotta remind the quantum hallways that they exist. Fine. How long are we going to keep him here, Maddie?
Oh, we're keeping him?
No, we're not keeping him. Gonna let him stay as long as he wants. He'll leave on his own accord at some point.
You feel sorry for him? Weirdly, yes. I don't usually get attached to customers, but he's a good dude. I like him! Yeah, you like him because he's nice? Or because he was good at passing your tools over? Yes. Don't get too attached. He's not gonna be here forever. Well, duh, I know how it works. I'm going to enjoy having him around, just like you taught me. Don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened. Ashley, that's from the motivational calendar I threw out last week. I never said that. Same. I'm used to people moving on, is the point. I can deal with it. Got serious very quickly. Good. Fuck, it would be great to have a cafe that looked like this. I love, like, the exposed piping and everything. Here comes Ned. Oh, what's going on, Maddie? What are you doing? Oh, she's throwing the glass. Fuck. You literally just throw a ceramic cup on him? You gotta keep staring at that coffee stain or nah? Yeah. Okay, whatever. What do you want from this conversation? I'm an open book, as far as matters of life and death are concerned. I don't want to go. I know you've probably heard this from, I don't know, 1,000 people or whatever. 1,000 people? Given the amount of traffic that the terminal gets, and how long it's been open, 1,000 people is a pretty low estimate. It's not about staying around for people or wanting to go back to my old life. As wonderful and not stressful as that sounds. Like, I'm not afraid of what lies on the other side. I don't think there's any point to worrying about it until I'm there. I just don't think I've spent enough time here. The cafe? No. All this. I guess you could call it this plane? Roughly speaking, I suppose so. I want to know what you did to be able to stay. Sure. Did Maddie give you those hours back? Yeah? Why? Well, that's a way. You can just find enough hours to stay as a spirit, half there, half gone. But it's a wretched existence. I wouldn't want to live like that. How would you find the hours, though? There's only so many you can get from consenting beings, right? The crappy psychology of gambling aside, you're right, yes. So the question is, how do you do that? How do you create life from nothing? The answer is that you can't, Kashan. It's impossible. There's always got to be some sort of balance maintained. Everyone who learns to manipulate the fundamental life forces understands that, no matter whether they're doing good or bad things with their skills. Here's the thing, though. You don't need both parties to agree. It's just a social nicety. Something that separates us from, well, people who don't do that. That's where the idea of vampires came from, for example. Those bastards. They're not special or anything. They're just dickheads. Anyway, if you take life force from people, you can also drain it from animals or plants. But in this business, there's a lot we don't care or can't understand. One of the things we can't understand is why life force from animal and plants is tainted. It feels gross. If it didn't, everyone would take it. Consequences be damned. How were you feeling today before Maddie took the hours back? Felt like I was slipping away.
Like, my mind was really foggy.
Foggy. It's scary to return. It's scary to run when it's foggy. You don't know what you might be running toward.
It was really hard to think, or put sentences together. Nobody really noticed, though. Ah, so that thing we were reading before, that was his spirit kind of getting dragged into the next place. Typical. Imagine that, but 10 times worse. You're foggy, but there's also something fundamentally wrong. Like you're a collection of puzzle pieces that don't quite fit together. Like an engine that's running out of oil. That sounds horrifying. Right? So, should I do it? Yeah, probably not. How would I stay otherwise? Well, you could always go on the lam. Just run for it. But you'd catch me. Not me, personally, but yes, the council would eventually. And that's it? That's my only option? Perhaps. Depends on how you feel about bonding your soul for eternity to a fundamentally neutral arbiter of justice.
Neutral. The downside of neutral arbiters is that they're never on your side.
I have no strong feelings about it one way or another. Smartass. Would you regret it if you stayed here forever instead of moving on? I don't know. I guess that'd be up to me, right? How do you mean? In the end, how I feel about taking a big branch in my life is just a matter of how I frame it. I can focus on what I'll regret, sure. But it's not a useful way to spend my time. If I focus on the future, on everything that's in the possibility space, instead of outside of it, probably better for me, yeah? Sure. You don't sound convinced. I'm just ambivalent. I'm just ambivalent. Ambivalent on it. I try not to think about anything too hard these days. But if you're willing to accept the eternal bondage with the council, I can keep you here. It's not easy work, though. You have to act in the best interest of the system, not its individual parts. Bureaucracy at its finest. How did you learn to deal with it? Just took some time. When you're used to it, you learn to not think about how hard about it, what you're doing. As long as you take a holistic view of everything, things generally shake out alright. We tend to only bother the biggest rule breakers anyway.
Maddie being one of them.
Ugh. Habitually. She wouldn't be getting so much leeway if it weren't for Che. I don't understand that guy. He's nice, we've chatted a bit. But what makes him so special? He's provided services in the past. I can count on one hand the number of people who know as much about the manipulation of life force as he does. He's been researching it for over 100 years.
100 years. A lot has changed since the days when Che was a young man.
No way. He's that old? He looks like 60. Max. Yep. Much older than that. Wild. We're getting sidetracked, though. How do you feel about joining the council? I don't hand out offers willy-nilly, you know.
I'm interested, but can I have some time to think about it?
How much time do you have? You've been out for?
Nearly 25 hours.
You're overdue.
Put it on Maddie's tab.
Ha! Okay. I assume you're not going to stick around forever.
Unlikely if the next few hours are anything like how I felt this morning.
Ambivalent. By the way, Missy, thank you so much for helping me with my English during this stream. Ambivalent. Having mixed feelings or contradictory ideas about something or someone. Oh, there you go. I'll stick around until you have a solid answer then. Cool. That's cool. I kind of like this story arc for Kashan. Want to get drunk? We're already drinking, mate. Nah, Che told me about something pretty special he's got behind the bar. Unless it's something really special, he's probably offered me some. And even then. So you've tried the bottled soul? You're pulling my leg. What? What? Nope. You've got to be mistaken. You haven't seen it in person, have you? Yeah, I actually have seen it. That's quite illegal. I expected better from him. Damn it. So are we gonna drink it or not? Council regulations require me to confiscate it or force the owner to dispose of it.
Confiscate. Ned doesn't steal anymore. He just confiscates.
We'd be doing him a favor then. I suppose. Come on, dude. Chase said it'd knock you flat. When you say you, do you mean me or you? Or just anyone who drinks it? Anyone. It's like 200% alcohol or something. That's not technically possible. But I'll admit, my interest is piqued. Well, let's not waste any time. Oh my, he just had it right there. Damn it. This was a setup, wasn't it? Basically. You win? Fine. Oh, this looks deadly. Good thing dead people can't get alcohol poisoning. Hey. Hey. To bureaucracy. Ha! To bureaucracy. I really like this game. It's a really good game. Oh, she has a phone? Of course her background is beans. Yo. Your order's arrived. I don't know what voice that's meant to be, so. 3 days late, mate. I got held up by a mutual acquaintance of ours. Ah, shit. That explained why he's in my hair. I'll be there in half an hour. There we go. The time, 2:30.
That Katie basis is considered to be a vital part of the hero's narrative. Every hero goes to hell at some point. And in the stories, they usually come back, which is the bit that seems weird to me. I don't think that's how it works in real life. Cafe has had a bunch of heroes come through, claiming that they were going to conquer hell and come back. They never returned as far as I saw. The idea of a catabasis is that. Catabasis? Catabasis is that, in the grand scheme of things, hell, or the underworld, or Hades, or whatever you want to call it. Anyway, it's on the outside of wherever we are, like we're trapped inside this sphere and we leave it to go to hell. Did the ancient Greeks ever consider that maybe we've been on the outside the whole time, just waiting to get in? Maybe they did. Matter of perspective. I guess I'll ask one sometime if I ever meet one. But perhaps we're just waiting our entire lives for this to pass through the firmament to the next place. To be driftwood that washes up on the shore of whatever the next place actually is.
Can't believe it's been 3.5 hours already. Yeah, Missy, does it feel like... It definitely feels like 3.5 hours for me. But, like, in terms of, like, it's been... I'm pretty exhausted, let's be honest. Yeah, has it been flying for you? I'm interested.
Seems weird, but maybe that's where we're naturally meant to be. I'm thinking it's possible that this world isn't some sort of proving ground or anything. Maybe it's just a waiting room. A beautiful, flawed, complex waiting room.
You've also been doing all the talking. Yeah, no, that's why I'm tired.
Personally, I don't think there's anything like heaven or hell waiting for us. No judgment.
This is a very philosophical crab robot bottle.
The world doesn't ever operate in binaries or absolutes. That's just flawed human...
It's just flawed.
Human thinking, projected onto things that are much, much more complex than they can ever perceive.
By the way, is everyone else enjoying this? Like, I'm loving this, by the way. It's been a very long time since I played a purely narrative game. But yeah, I'm really, really enjoying this.
And I don't think that's what's waiting on the other side is even something that we can conceptualize. I bet it's cool. It's a shame that it's a one-way trip, though.
It's pretty interesting to me. Yeah, no, I'd highly recommend. We're definitely not going to get through the entire game on this stream, but please, no, give this game some love. Go buy it if you can. Oh, we're definitely going with Collingwood. We're gonna go with Dice because definitely Hubris, Minor Demon. Spirit Juice, Bowl of Peas, Spirit Juice, and Castles. This is so interesting. It's a really good game, like, story. It's a real good story. Let's go with Collingwood first. Nelbin, of course it is. Hubris, Che. Bowl of Peas, food. Castles, Ashley. I don't think we've gotten some Ashleys. Spirit Juice, more magic. Minor Demon, Law. Dice. Death. Yeah, oh yeah, Dice, Death. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, no, I think this is really good writing. Oh, I'm walking around again. I'm so not interested in, oh, not interested. That's not the word I was meant to say. Ooh. This funeral. I mean, I can lock it. But in saying that, all of these are... I don't think... Can I return to the game, please? Return. I think... I might just do one more episode. Because, yeah, I'm actually... If I go out, we go save... I think we've got one more episode, and then that's the end of Act 1. So that would be a good way to end it. So I'm not gonna bother unlocking any more memories at this point, and I'm just gonna go straight into the next episode, I think. Alright, off that, we'll read. A teenage boy approaches the counter. Shoulders slumped forward, head down, eyes on the ground up until the moment he looked up to order a drink. He was old enough that he could have passed for a young adult with a better presentation, but the posture coupled with the oversized backpack he was wearing were a dead giveaway. Irrespective of his age, he was still just a kid. Can I get a Coke? An order befitting of a kid. Yeah, I think we can manage that, said Maddie. Think fast, said Che. Maddie turned around just in time to see an aluminium can hurtling toward her. She almost caught it. The can rolled back toward Che, who scooped it off the floor. He hesitated a moment before setting it on the counter. No ice, right? Said Che. The boy nodded. No, or yeah. Yes to no ice? Che cracked open the can and poured it into a waiting glass, which he then slid down the counter, pushing it gently enough that it came to a rest in front of the teenage boy. The boy grabbed the glass. Thanks, he said. He glanced around the room. If you're looking for a place to sit, there should be plenty of seats upstairs. The boy nodded and headed for the stairs, drink in hand. Plenty of seats down here too, said Maddie, turning to Che. Yeah, said Che. But I think upstairs is more Twan's pace. What did you just call him? Twan. People have names, you know. That's the problem with having regulars, said Maddie. People expect you to remember their names. Though, now that I think about it, Twan probably wouldn't mind finding out that you don't know his name. And can't have your name on Maddie's shit list if she doesn't know it. Should he be on my shit list? Said Maddie. Nah, he's harmless, said Che. Maybe a bit susceptible to peer pressure, but I think that's why he comes here. Meet with peers? To meet with peers? To meet people who aren't his peers, said Che. How many glum teenagers do you see around here? Too many, said Maddie. Maybe not enough, said Che. Please tell me you don't actually mean that, said Maddie. Teenagers have the highest noise to spending ratio of any demographic. Not the glum ones, said Che. If I were a glum teenager trying to find my place in the world and trying to carve out an identity for myself, I could imagine a worse place to do it than right here. Teenagers can be glum somewhere else, said Maddie. Whatever happened to proper teenage delinquency? Be careful what you wish for, said Che. We've been mercifully delinquent-free for quite a while now. Proper delinquents don't loiter in coffee shops, said Maddie. They set things on fire, spray paint alleyways, and stay out past curfew. Does the city have a curfew for minors? Well, it should. Yeah, every now and then, Maddie just comes across as a bit of a dick. Teens need to be able to break the rules, and all the better if committing acts of vandalism at 11 PM gives them a 2-for-1. Maybe they should avoid delinquency. Just stick to general mischief, said Che. Oh no, said Maddie. We already have plenty of mischief around here ever since Ashley set up shop. Got it, said Che. Next time I see Twan, I'll tell him he needs to be committing more crimes. What do you do if he actually takes your advice? He won't, said Che. Peer pressure only works if it's a form of peer. Someone of my age telling him he'll be cool if he starts swiping liquor won't do much to assure him that becoming a thief is a ticket to popularity and acceptance. So find another teenager to tell him. I'll keep my eye out, said Che. Alright, here we go. Continue? Yes. And then I think we'll end after this episode. The stream. The stream. Where you going, Maddie? Ooh, you got a parcel. Day 2, 8:15. So 2 hours after the last episode. Ugh. I don't have the energy for this.
Energy! Maddie's been running on empty for several days now.
Especially with everyone watching me. I hope he packed enough conductors. My order was pretty vague. Shouldn't be worrying about the conductors when I'm not even sure I can pull the whole thing off without some sort of major screw-up happening. Supplier knew what I wanted the conductors for anyway, so he would have packed enough.
Supplier. A good supplier knows enough about the clients to anticipate their needs. There's a certain amount of noisiness that is polite.
He knows that I've got Ashley helping me. Helping you with what, Madeline? Piss off, Ned. Rude. Wouldn't he be, like, absolutely shit-faced by now? Just Ned's just following her. You should respect your elders, you know. I hate that saying. Well, I shouldn't say that. I just hate how demeaning it is usually said.
Elders, Ned is not a young man, even by the standards of semi-mortals.
God, listen to you. The council made you soft, didn't it? Oh, respect your elders. For all our total arbitrary rules, or we'll make up some cheap reason to destroy your business.
My name's Ned, and I love girls. Done.
Yep. Cool. Sound wounded. Wounded. A still chest plate can save you from a bleeding heart, but not a bruised ego.
You should be nicer.
Wow, sick comeback. What was it that guy you killed said? Oh Christ, I am shot. Oh no, woe is me. A little throwback humor for you. Did I strike a nerve? Did I just what? Batty. When Ned spoke next, it was in a deep, dark cadence steeped in guilt and self-loathing. If Maddie had been able to see his eyes, she would have faced a withering glare.
We're rapidly reaching a point of no return. I can no longer promise to shield you from the consequences of your actions. What you did just there, quoting one of my victims' dying words at me, that was low.
That was pretty low.
Even for you. Frankly, I'm disgusted. You dare to poke at my guilt? You dare? Let's talk about guilt, shall we? I don't suppose you might have anything weighing on your conscience right now, would you? As I thought. They may still weigh heavily on me, but I am absolved of my sins.
Sins. Some moral debts take a lifetime to work off. Ned's had more than a few lifetimes.
I've had 100 years to process that, and to redeem myself through my actions. Your sins are fresh. They're lance marks on your soul, deep cuts in your aura. Swallow your arrogance, novice. I know what you did.
What you did. Maddie's sins weigh heavily on Ned's mind. They weigh even heavier on hers.
And I can wait to see how you plan to make this right.
What the fuck was that? Episode 5, Rainy Moods. Day 2, 8:30 p.m. The Terminal. Ooh, new characters. There's people I haven't seen here. Juan, age 16. Thinks he's smart. Not antisocial, but shy. Read a bunch of Wikipedia articles on optometry and considers himself somewhat of an expert. Hannah, age 16. So I got Tuan and Hannah. Knows she's too smart for her own good. Hobbies. People watching. Self-indulgent teenage angst. Taking advantage of the fact that she's too smart for her own good. So is this Hannah talking? I'm not sure that alcohol actually... Oh, no, that's not the voice. I'm not sure that alcohol actually makes you feel anything. In fact, going by its chemical properties, I'd say it's the opposite. I forget who's talking. Was that Tuan or Hannah? Well, we'll just keep going and we'll see, and we'll figure out the voices later. Shut up, dork. We're planning a heist. Metaphysical debates about alcohol can come after. Fuck it. We'll stick with bridge for Tuan. But this isn't metaphysics. I'm just talking about simple chemical interactions with our brains. Tuan is a guy who has the look of someone who knows more about chemical interaction than human interaction. Please, take the energy you're putting into pedantry? Pedantry. Hannah is a girl who is ordinarily down for wordplay, but right now she's too busy with physical shenanigans to have time for verbal shenanigans. Pedantry? And redirect it towards the plan. Plan? The plan. What's the plan? I was thinking I could just reach over the bar and grab the first bottle I see. Sounds risky. Very chaotic neutral. What's your alignment then? Neutral good? Oh, have they just like spelt out everyone's alignment here? So we've got neutral evil, and Ashley's just straight up chaotic evil. And we got Ned, who's wait, what is it? It goes good, neutral, evil, and then it's lawful, neutral, chaotic. There we go. Ned's neutral. Ned is lawful neutral, and then we've got Kashan, who's just straight up neutral. We haven't met this person. We haven't met this person, and we haven't met this person. And we've got chaotic good for fucking Che, and Twan is neutral good. But yeah, cool, sweet. Uh-huh. I'd say I was lawful neutral, but that's the coward's option. And yeah, but getting back to the plan. Oh. Using your pedantry to distract you was absolutely part of the plan. Wow, so little faith in me. Gotta minimize liabilities here. Liabilities? Hannah's still learning to trust this guy. She doesn't have the look of an interloper? But you can never be too safe. You're out here playing checkers while I'm playing six-dimensional upside-down laser chess. Shit. I've galaxy-brained this, and now I'm holding the fruits of my labor. Don't you mean our labor? If you insist. Give me a closer look at that. What sort of fruit did we pluck from the booze tree? Oh, it's not the soul bottle, is it? Really stretching that metaphor out, huh? Yep. I don't recognize the language on this label. What? Let me look. What the hell? I don't recognize it either. Pedantry. Excessive concern with minor details and rules. Ah, there we go. Maybe it's a cipher. Cipher. A cider is made from fermented apple juice. A cipher is made from fermented word juice. That's funny. Who'd make you read a cipher just to know what you're drinking? Sadist. Oh, we could ask Maddie what it is. She's a sadist, right? Sadist. What do you call someone who enjoys the empathetic pain they feel from hurting others? Yeah, that idea sounds great. Let's go find her then. Apart from the fact that we're specifically nicked it from her. Oh, right. You're meant to be the lawful one here, dude. We agreed on neutral good. Me not challenging your assertion does not make it an agreement. Regardless. Wait, hold on. Sense a dark presence. Do you feel it? No, I don't feel anything particularly spooky in the air. Yeah, neither. Hi, Maddie. Hello, children. I see you've stooped to petty thievery. Petty thievery. Some of the bottles on that shelf are old enough that swiping them would be an act of grand theft. Not this one, however. Alas, sprung. Can't believe my heist career is over so quickly. Ah, don't give up on your dreams, kid. Speaking of, you know what happens when you drink this? I was assuming some sort of drunkenness. Does it make your teeth fall out? Well, last time I had a shot of this, I woke up in Adelaide. Whoa, that's a big night. Make it all the way to Adelaide from Melbourne. Jeez. Wow. So the result was 700 kilometers worth of drunkenness and bad decisions. But I woke up 6 hours before I took the shot. Whoa. I had to drive a rented car back and explain to Che why I disappeared without a trace and somehow accidentally time traveled. Holy shit, can we give it a try? God, no. You ever heard of liquor licensing laws? I'd end up in jail. I think it'd be an excellent formative experience. Yeah, if you're not perpetuating teen drinking culture, you're a loser. Somehow I remain unconvinced by your passionate arguments. Well, we tried. You kids have way too much time on your hands, you know that? Better than not having enough, right? I'm utilizing my time to practice my skills. It's not wasted. Or the non-existent industry sector that relies solely on the skill of reaching over bars and stealing bottles of enchanted booze is gonna be lucky to have you. Aw, so that's so validating. Thanks. Can I get you two a coffee or anything? Hot chocolate? Kinda busy tonight, but I'm hoping that bribing you with free drinks will stop you from nicking my shit. Well, I'll take a free drink. I feel guilty taking one since it was all Twan's idea. Hey! But I'll graciously accept your offer. Neat. What will it be? Hot chocolates for both of us? Yeah. Hot chocolates for both of us. Alrighty, 2 hot chocolates coming up. Seriously, don't steal anything else while my back's turned, or I'll feed you to a spite and an elemental. Wonder. Spite elemental. Maybe it's a metaphor? Saying that she'll eat us? Is she the spite elemental? Oh no. Maybe the real spite elementals were the friends we made along the way. I hate this. There. Oh, new character. Maybe I should have given this one the British accent. Samantha, age 32. American? Visiting Melbourne for work. Devastatingly patient. Missy. Every time. Trust me, kids. You don't want to meet a spite elemental. Have you? Yeah. Got pretty close to not making it out alive. I guess you're fairly exciting. You're in a fairly exciting line of work, then. Work! This woman's line of work might seem intriguing to someone looking in from the outside, but to her, it's all business. Forever and always. Yeah, it gets that way sometimes. But spite elementals aren't exciting. They're terrifying. They suck up all the air out of a room and make the world ache. And they don't die easy. Huh? That's kinda metal. You sure do need brass balls to face one down, that's for sure. And the steely gaze? What? 'Cause steel is metal, and I said it was metal, and then you mentioned brass balls, so... Hannah, please back me up. Nope, you brought this on yourself, mate. No. Nah, she's totally right. Ugh. What's going on here? You bullying my customers, Samantha? Of course not. Good, because that's my job. You two should go enjoy the evening. There's a nice breeze blowing. What is happening right now? You remember my name. Let me say that again. You remember my name. That's sweet. Forgot to click the... Oh, no, wait. I can scroll back. Hey! Sweet. Sweet isn't a word that people often use to describe Maddie. That's the kind of remark that says more about the person than who's talking... That says more about the person who's talking than the person they're talking about. Of course I did. You're interesting. Doesn't describe everyone who walks through your doors, though. Absolutely not. Especially not in the way that you are. Some people would take offense to that. Your boss must be very different to mine. Well, my old boss, I guess.
I'm my own boss now, actually.
My own boss. Maddie thinks she can make it all on her own. She might just turn out to be right. Apologies. Your approach to hospitality.
There we go. I think that's the accent I was going for.
Your approach to hospitality work is very different from what I'm used to. What I'm trying to say.
Figures. Where'd you work?
Just some dive bar overseas. Wretched hive of scum and villainy. The owner would never shut up about treating her every client like royalty.
Sounds like a pain in the ass if you ask me. Samantha got that femme fatale look going on, and damn.
I'm not asking, actually, but I appreciate the sentiment nonetheless.
So, can I get you anything?
Surprise me.
Like me to pick you something?
Yeah.
Oh, the wig. Look at that wig. Mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Are they related to the drink?
Yep.
Shoot.
Okay.
What's your favorite white wine? You're not making me a wine cocktail, are you?
No.
I'm partial to a glass of Marseille every now and then.
Fancy. Next question. Have you ever read a star chart?
Like astrology? No.
Why?
I don't put any stock in mysticism. Hey, this place isn't mystical.
Mystical. To some people, this place seems otherworldly. For others, this is just the world they live in.
Built out of cold, hard facts. I just don't know them all yet.
All right, fair enough.
Last question.
Wait, the fuck?
You're walking in the shallows of an ocean that seems to go into the distance forever. You can't see any land aside from the sand under your feet. Wherever you step forward, the sand sinks just a little bit. As far as you can see, there's no way to escape. Drowning is the only possible outcome. What do you do?
What the fuck, Maddie?
Wow. Feel like you're about to pull out a void
I don't know what that is.
machine or something. It's obviously some sort of test. I run, I swim, I dive when I can. If I eventually drown, so be it. There's nowhere else to go. No point sitting and waiting for starvation or sharks or someone to save me. I have to take action.
Interesting.
So what's the verdict?
Samantha didn't get a response. Maddie's eyes had glazed over her as soon as she answered the last question, and now she stood perfectly still, gazing intensely at the rows and rows of dusty bottles lining her dustier shelves. Her lips moved, but no words came out. As Samantha watched, a flask of red liquid twitched, seemingly of its own accord. Maddie craned her neck up at it and scowled. In response, a smaller bottle, next to the first, and surely only big enough to hold a few drops of something, began to glow. Her scowl shifted to a wry smile. What is going on here?
Please, you don't need to open anything new on my account.
Gotcha. Ooh, I should probably turn the game down just a little bit. Your answers were interesting.
Interesting. Coming from some people, that might sound like an uncommittal remark, but coming out of Maddie, it might be the most effusive praise you'll ever get.
So were your questions. I'm still having a little trouble figuring out how they relate to each other, though.
Is that important?
I try to maintain a vague hope that maybe one day things might make sense.
And until then?
I just try to go with the flow, of course.
Sorry for trying to psychoanalyze you there.
Fry? You think you failed?
No.
What's the verdict, then?
Well, for one, you tend to accept things as you see them. You don't try to interpret things based off unrelated frameworks or thought patterns. That said, you do try and make sense of the connections between things when you can.
Connections. Maddie's pretty sure she has all the pieces. She's found that putting all of the pieces together requires a bit more effort.
But it's no big deal if you don't. You just mark it as an unknown variable and move on. And that reads to me as an intensely pragmatic approach. Effusive, showing or expressing gratitude, pleasure, or approval in an unrestrained or heartfelt matter. Thank you, Missy. Would you agree?
I suppose.
You're the sort who doesn't buy drinks to enjoy them. You buy them as camouflage.
Camouflage. If you're experienced with pretending to be something you're not in order to blend in, you might develop a talent for recognizing when others are trying to do the same.
To hide your face behind, to project a veneer of being untouchable while you watch.
Watch why?
Everything, I suppose. You take everything the same way I do.
You're saying that I'm attentive,
but that I don't worry about instantly understanding how things are interconnected. Because you're confident that eventually you'll understand it in any way.
How do you figure that?
You've been watching my hands this whole time. This is another very anime moment.
Is that weird? Watch an attractive bartender mixing a very fancy-looking cocktail to appreciate a craft?
No. But given just how interested you are in what my hands are doing, I'd wager that you've got some experience in my field. So, are you just really bad at picking up on when you're being flirted with, or... Oh. Wait, that was the other ones saying that. Oh, Maddie's caught unawares.
It's fine, sweetie. In fact, it's pretty cute.
I meant in alchemy. The field of alchemy.
Uh-huh. I'm sure you're very accomplished in alchemy.
Just take the drink.
Shit, this is really good.
Yeah?
Too good to ignore, yeah.
That got Missy. Straight to the point.
Bittersweet. And it's the contrast with the bitters that really makes you appreciate the sweetness. Or is it the other way around?
Smoky bitterness almost makes me feel like I'm reaching the end of something. Like I've got a lump in my throat from saying goodbye. But I can't quite tap into that feeling. Like, what did you even put in this?
Mezcal, artichoke, bitters, golden heart bitters, and a slice of gorilla lime.
Gorilla lime? That can't be a real thing.
It's just hard to acquire. Cause called that because if you bite into one, it feels like you got punched by a gorilla.
Physically?
No, emotionally.
Nah, makes sense.
I am not a wizard. What? Where did that come from?
Prove it.
Am I wrong? No, you're not.
That guy boss you mentioned?
Yeah.
He good to you? I'm sorry? Does he treat you well?
Yeah. To a fault, actually, for far past the point where it's rational for him to still be nice to me.
Rational. No one's ever accused old Che of being rational. That doesn't stop him from trying to be the voice of reason.
Good. Actually, I'm sorry. That reminds me, I have to dash. Got some setup work for a project to finish before the sun comes up.
Project. Maddie rarely engages in careless shenanigans, so when she's up to something, you best be on your guard. Oh, but without you here, who will enable my latent alcoholism?
You can just reach over the bar and grab the gin. Tonic's on the bar fridge.
Will do. Come back soon, though.
Ah, cute.
I'd love to discuss alchemy with you some more. Catch you later. Wait, one last thing. What was the meaning behind the question about what wine I like?
Oh, I was just curious. Jeez, this game be suggestive. It's so suggestive. Pretty funny, though. That's the last one, I reckon.
Does it have the
Oh, damn it. I'm stuck in like southern voice here.
Merrick, does it have the match caps in it?
I think so. Just call them caps, you know. They're built for something.
Oh, they're built for something different. I refuse to use non-specific language.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they're in here.
Okay, what about the thing?
You'll have to be a little more...
you know, thing. Sparky thing.
Sparky thing. Ashley likes having friends who can understand her even when she fails to be specific.
Electric.
Sweetie, how long have you been awake?
Is it better for you if you don't know, I think?
You mean the voltage regulator?
That's the one. Good job.
It's in one of the other boxes. I don't think we needed another one, though.
Are you kidding? The last one literally melted. It's a good thing I have an extremely sick metal arm, otherwise I would be badly injured. Metal arm. Ashley's metal arm is a point of pride. She wouldn't trade it for anything, not even the arm that it replaced.
Yeah, thank goodness. Is there anything missing?
I shall check.
Need some espresso?
I think I will literally die if I have any more.
Hey, that's really mature of you. Nice job.
Yeah, whatever. You can get me some chocolate if you want. Chocolate! Don't tell Ashley that chocolate has traces amount of caffeine. At least it's not more espresso.
Sure thing. I'll be back in a moment. Are we going to learn more about Ashley? Wait, that's Maddie. Oh, hey. Dude, where you been? Oh, hey. Just chilling. Not much to do when you're waiting to die.
Hey! Come on, Cooper. I know you're hiding down there somewhere. Hold this, will you?
Did Ed really say that? Yeah.
You believe it?
I'm not sure. Not a lie.
Lie. The most dangerous lies are the lies we tell ourselves.
But not the whole truth either. And I don't quite have the time to untangle it for you.
Untangle. Maddie's the sort of person to weave tangled webs without too much consideration for who's going to have to untangle them.
I've got a hungry teenager downstairs and a summoning ritual to complete. Ah, she's part of this too. Don't you take that judgy tone with me. Hey, far be it from me to moralize at you. Getting a lot of that these days, mate. I'm just trying to keep everyone happy. Tough gig. I'll say. I kind of missed what that whole scene was meant to say. I mean, anyway, moving on.
Alright, now, if you can solder these two wires... No, not those ones!
Bloody hell. Who broke...
Wait, no, that's just Ashley.
Bloody hell. Who programmed you? Bet she's a jerk. Incredibly intelligent for a very bad programmer.
Ashley has learned... Oh, programmer. Ashley has learned how to program exactly the minimum amount she needs to, and not an iota more.
You're talking about yourself, right?
Ah!
The knife throwing again. Wow. You're really out of it, huh? Where'd you even pull this from?
Leg holster?
You aren't wearing a leg holster.
Arm holster.
Your prosthetic?
It holds 6 million knives. Don't question me on this. I'm the expert here.
Mm-hmm. Hey, need a hand?
Dude, you should check yourself before you fucking wreck yourself.
Whoa, Ashley, holy shit. No, that's not what I meant.
Oh. Yeah, I guess you can help.
Before I ask what you need, what are you even doing? Maddie mentioned a summoning circle?
Something like that. You ever wanted to live forever?
I'd trade that for having a second chance, honestly.
Well, grab me that box, please.
You can't just leave that hanging like that.
Watch me. And while you watch me leave you hanging, you can get the box. Thank you.
Yeah, so, this is really heavy. What's even in here?
100 meters of heavy gauge copper cable. Copper cable. In a basement full of magical items, this copper wire might be the most in danger of being stolen. It's easier to flip, at least. A bunch of capacitor that I'm going to wire together soon. Some various bits and bobs.
That would definitely explain the weight.
Oh, and there's also a bunch of clamps.
So, what do you need?
Validation! Chocolate, coffee, a school system that doesn't punish me for having weird niche interests.
I meant more, communism. Wait, what?
Communism. Ashley is a real party girl.
What? I don't think I can get you communism, sorry. And isn't Maddie already getting you chocolate?
You're a terrible comrade, Kishan. If I wasn't close to hitting the LD50 of caffeine, I'd ask you for some coffee. All you can do right now is give me that sweet validation.
Okay. You're a real thumbs up, good human. I don't know what sort of validation you want here.
I feel like I'm stuck in a loop of trying things that are inevitably going to fail, and I don't know how much of it's my fault for not being good enough for a monumentally difficult task. I'm used to being effortlessly good at things, but I feel like my brain is full of bees on this one. And can I deal with failure? I don't think I can. Not equipped for failure. My entire perception of this got really serious very quickly.
She's only at LD 50? Seems more than that at this point. Yeah, it does, definitely.
Can I deal with failure? I don't think I can. I'm not equipped for failure. My entire perception of myself is that I'm good at things. I'm gifted and talented and incredibly afraid that I'm gonna let people down at a vital moment. This is that vital moment. But I just sit here, paralyzed. And I rationally know that a lot of this pressure is just me being hard on myself. But Maddie and we tried this already.
I'm getting some Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood here.
And we failed pretty badly. It was a disaster. Disaster. For Ashley, of all people, to call something a disaster, it must have been a real catastrophe. I can't understate how badly it turned out. So with even all the prep I'm doing, this enough? Did we learn enough to do it properly? Numbers and formulas and hard science are good, but I can't shake this feeling that I'm gonna screw it up for everyone. And I'm so afraid of letting Maddie down. Aw, poor Ashley.
Heavy as shit, mate.
You reckon?
Fully, yeah. I don't know what to say to that, except that I don't think Maddie would ever feel let down by you. I know I've only been here for like 2 days, but her and Chase seem to really care about you. And I'm sure that extends to accepting you for who you are. Limitations and all. Though, honestly, I think you give off a pretty strong vibe of not giving a shit about your limitations. Or that you indiscriminately power through them with some sort of raw, caffeine-fueled fury. Anyway, you're immensely powerful and I'm terrified of you.
Fair enough.
I was never really super smart or gifted or anything.
Gifted. Sometimes the people who think they're not gifted were just never made aware of their gifts.
Oh, that's incredibly true. I just floated through school and work and never focused on much except having a good time. I can definitely imagine the sort of pressure you'd have on you, though. Especially given how big this task is.
Yeah.
So while I can say for sure that this thing is... Well, I can't say for sure that this thing is going to be easy or even successful, I do think it's important that you work on giving yourself a break from the weight of your own expectations.
Easy. In the terminal, it can feel like nothing is easy. Even Sunday mornings come with their own set of trials and tribulations.
But... Not an easy thing, I'm sure. But my boyfriend is similar. He's very hard on himself when he feels like he's letting himself down.
So, does it go away?
I don't think so. I think it just gets easier to deal with as you learn to be more empathetic to yourself. Self-forgiveness and all that.
Self-forgiveness. It's often hardest to forgive someone when you're aware of all their flaws.
Definitely took him a few years to even begin to be able to deal with his self-imposed shame.
I guess I can try that.
You can try that. Or you can continue to feeling super bad about yourself all the time.
I mean, when you put it like that.
Right?
Oh, fuck. I hate how rational you sound.
I know. I'm disgusted at myself. That was so sweet. I love Kashan. He's so lovely. And he's not afraid to have a good time. Alright, Maddie, what are you going to do now? Sup, nerds? What's going on in this thread? What?
You're suddenly in a good mood.
I maybe ate some of your chocolate.
Maybe. Maybe Maddie ate some chocolate. Maybe grass is green.
Righto. Oh, 100%. That was incredibly cute.
Oh, I swear to God, if there isn't any left.
Yes, we've been over this before. You'll comprehensively murderize me.
Murderize. You'd hate if someone failed to comprehensive. You'd hate it if someone failed to be comprehensive when they went about murderizing you. I've seen some incomplete murderizing attempts, and they ain't pretty.
Don't worry, I only ate a little bit. I like how that, like, if we go back to the chocolate bar, it says Ashley's just right on the top there.
Excellent.
Is this enchanted chocolate or just normal chocolate?
Normal. What about unenchanted dark chocolate? Where does that fall on the normal, abnormal chocolate spectrum?
Does he deserve to know?
I don't know. I kind of like the mystery.
It's completely normal chocolate, isn't it?
Maybe.
Maybe not.
Can I have some then? Come on, you owe me.
For what? Helping you set up all of this.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
This is totally normal chocolate.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we've been nearly going for a whole more hour than I expected to. Jesus. Did you expect it to not be that? Well, you implied.
We never implied.
You came up with that all on your own. Damn it.
All right, I'm bored. Later, dorks.
Don't you run off on me, miss. This magic cat bank isn't even half done.
I'll do it later. For now, I'm gonna take a nap under that table. If anyone disturbs me... Come on!
You'll be
Happy?
confused. Ticklish? Extra hungry.
I will...
Mention me in your diary?
Diary. Maddie doesn't keep a diary. All those thoughts and memories just stay cooped up in her head. One day she's going to run out of space. Oh, sanity.
I will exact terrible revenge on both of you later.
Jeez, that phrase definitely doesn't start with an M.
Ah, bye.
That was pretty funny. I'm not being too hard on her, am I? You? Nah, she thinks you're great. Good. I probably stand to give her a break, though. Actually, it's a whole mood for me.
Break. There are few people who appreciate a break more than Ashley. Especially when it's a break from Maddie.
I mean, just... I'm expecting a lot from her right now. She does seem a little... Oh, here we go. This music is like, get ready for the feels. She does seem a little... overloaded. Fuck. But she'd tell me if things were too much, right? I don't know. Seems like she idolizes you.
Idolize. Idolatry isn't a sin, isn't it?
Idolatry, not adultery.
Idolatry isn't a sin, isn't it? It can be a healthy behavior.
I reckon she'd pretty happily burn herself out for you, you know. I just need her for the next 4 or 5 hours. Then everything will be okay. Is that when you're planning on performing the ritual? This thing? Yeah. What's it for, anyway? Conduit ritual. Super forbidden magic. Oh, cool. You
actually cool with this, or not hugely, actually?
Why's that?
He's joined the council. Well, you know, I was talking to Ned earlier, and actually, don't worry about it. Oh. Ooh. It's fine. I don't care. What's it do? Know how I took a couple of hours from you down here? Vividly. This is just a bigger scale version of that spell. Higher capacity. Who are you taking hours from? Nobody. Don't worry, bud. You're at a deficit already.
Deficit. When you get deep enough into the hole, you kind of stop worrying about climbing out of it and just accept your fate.
I can't touch you. Right. Okay. But even if you're lying right now, shouldn't you have taken enough to pay off your debt multiple times at this point? The hours weren't for that.
Hours. Or maybe it's just felt like hours. It can be hard to judge time when you're wandering around aimlessly.
The hell do you do with them then? Where'd they go? For our research, we used the following materials: wire of copper, heavily drawn; jasmine chalk, not Dover; sustained electric supply of at least 20 volts, car battery; capacitors composed of blank, need better durability. However, we believe extra components are required. Our conduit's properties varied with the layout of our summoning circle. Despite the departure of our test subject during our trials, we were able to ascertain a number of efficiency-orientated refinements.
Refinements. Certain kinds of optimization require real dedication to craft.
As well as the absolute necessity of living, but non-sentient vessel to act as a so-called storage container. More testing is required, though obtaining a willing subject for future methodology evaluations without attracting the attention of the council will be difficult, to say the least. Is Kashan gonna tell? I stored them. Shit. The tree. All those hours are in this tree. Are they trying to bring back someone? Is this literally Full Metal Alchemist? Well,
I miss eating. Why, what's your diet like?
well, it was.
I remember sushi. Sushi? I thought you said you were a crab. What, you think crabs aren't dexterous enough to make sushi? Unquestionably, yes. What is this, sushi? It's delicious, what it is. Rice and fish and seaweed, humans eat it. And crabs. I just don't know where a crab would find rice or a way to make good sushi. I also ate garbage. Yes, I also ate garbage, on occasion.
Is the biggest mystery of this game. What if they're trying to bring back the souls that are in these devices? Oh, that would be crazy.
Unbelievable, you two. Unbelievable. Garbage is good for the soul. Garbage is garbage. It's in the name. What did you eat when you were alive, then? Grass. Just normal grass. Boring. And tree roots sometimes.
Yeah, no, actually, that theory actually sounds ridiculous.
There are tree roots here. Yes? Yeah, they are. Why don't you chomp on them? Well, I'm not hungry. We don't eat. And also, more importantly, they are powerfully magical. Maddie needs them. If we damage things that Maddie needs, then Ashley will be disappointed in us.
a suboptimal state of affairs. I can feel the power in them too. However, I do not feel compelled to chomp on them. What a strange thought. Love to chomp. Chomp sushi. Chomp sandwiches. Chomp garbage. You're so weird.
Alright, I think we're gonna pick 7 words and then we're gonna end the stream. So, murderize. Petty thievery. Oh, is there anything from Samantha? Self-forgiveness, because that was a great scene. So many words. Yeah, I know. That was a big chapter. That went for a full hour. Metal arm. Pedantry. My own boss. There we go. And one more. Gifted. Metal arm. Ashley. Nice. It's really jarring how that just shows up on the screen. Guest. Food. Jeez, alright. Guests. Self-forgiveness. Guests. Alright. See, it's so hard to pick exactly what they're going to be. Alright. Well. Here I am downstairs. Yeah, there's something... Yeah, that looks weird. So, in that case then, we're going to call it there. And I actually save it. Bookmarks. I want to... Can I not... No. I want to save. How do you save? Can I save, please? How does one save the game? Memories. Oh, okay. So these are all the memories we've unlocked. And there's a lot. Config. I honestly don't know how to save. Anyway, I'll figure that out. Maybe you can't save in first-person segment. Maybe? I don't know. I'll figure it out. But, considering that, thanks everyone for hanging out. That was different. Very different sort of a game for the stream. But I hope you all enjoyed that, because I definitely did. And I'm definitely going to be finishing that next weekend. If we can. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. And let's find someone to raid. And I actually remembered myself this time on my own. I did it all on my own, mum. I did it on my own. Who we got? Someone called Yuck Pup, but I don't remember. I don't remember them. Was that someone that we... Oh, that was the person that was playing Stardew Valley last week, actually. But does anyone have any suggestions? Aqua says, not normally my kind of game, but I might actually have to check it out. It's really interesting. Yeah, no, it's a really cool game. I really, really like it. And also, it's an Australian game, so bonus points. Oh my gosh, what's that? Oh no, that's the stream I accidentally clicked on. Yeah, does anyone have someone for us to raid? See if anyone else is playing Necrobarista. Just me. Literally just me. Not much of anyone on my list besides Katie. Who's Katie? I don't know Katie. I don't want to accidentally leave the game. And then... No. and then lose my progress. But I'll figure that out. Katie Bear Gaming. All right, well, let's do Katie Bear Gaming then. Let's do Katie Bear Gaming. All right, well, here we go. Katie Bear Gaming. All right. Where's my other window? Go. I'm gonna go for a raid. All right, we are good to go. So, thank you again, everyone, thank you for hanging out if you've only come in for a bit or for most of the stream. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you probably on Wednesday for part 5 of the Donkey Kong 64 playthrough. See you then, everyone. See ya. Bye-bye.